Council meeting. Is there any, Ms. Zimmerman, is there anyone who wishes to speak as of this moment? Okay, very well. I do understand that we may have some people showing up in about 5 to 10 minutes. So at this moment, we'll go off record and wait for those people to arrive, and we can go back on record anytime between now and 9 o'clock. So when they arrive, we'll go back on record and give them their moments.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Very well. All right, so with that, we will be in a recess until somebody shows up.
I ended up flying out last night and flying in. I got in at like 12. And so the car dealer is driving. Ma'am?
Good morning, again. All right, today's date is still November 3rd. We haven't changed yet. And this is still the public participation. We had Ms. Shaddix. She came in late. She did want to speak to the council and get on the record about some issues about some of our four-legged furry friends. If you would please step to the microphone. I don't think I have to read this to you, but just for the record, I do. I will
Okay.
read this. If I have my glasses, where my glasses are. All right, the Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you want to speak about. You may use the back if you have to. After you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You may speak up to 3 minutes, either during this public participation or when the agenda item is heard. The County Council does not answer questions or requests during public participation. Please be courteous and respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, tolerated. And with that, now, is it Katrina or?
Katrina, like the hurricane.
Oh, we got to find a different analogy for Katrina. You forgot the A. Okay, Katrina Shaddix.
Shaddix, uh-huh.
Okay, if you would please, ma'am, please state your name and address for the record.
Katrina Shaddix, 995 Oklahoma Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765.
Well, welcome to Volusia County.
Thank you.
And you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was just here this morning. I know my friend Jacqueline has approached y'all recently on a trash ordinance that we would like passed in Volusia County. I submitted some numbers from the FWC stating the number of calls in the state versus the number of calls from Volusia County. Different counties throughout the state comprise about 4% of those calls, but Volusia County comprises about 14%. And so being at 3 times the amount of calls throughout the state, we feel it is most important that Volusia County passes a trash ordinance because you have the most residents calling and complaining about bears going in the trash. What we don't like about this is that when they complain enough, these bears are put to death. That's unnecessary. People need to take responsibility for securing their trash. And once they eliminate the bear attractants from the neighborhood, the bears move on. They don't go in the neighborhood, and everyone's happy. Some people that complain are in fear of their lives, which is unnecessary. However, if you do pass a trash ordinance and get them to secure the trash, this will alleviate their fears. It'll save the bears. It also saves the FWC's time. They pay a lot of money in payroll having their people come out and address those issues. Recently, I went on a ride-along with the FWC to those houses that complain. This was in Seminole County. And the woman had at least 20 bear attractants in her yard. She had unsecured chicken cages, goats. Her garage door was open. She had a freezer in there. And she also didn't secure her trash. There was a mother bear and cub that came to eat daily. And she complained. She wanted the bear killed. She had no concern with the cub being left orphaned. And when she was told that she was the one creating these bear attractants and that it was her responsibility, she became very indignant with the FWC, little verbally abusive, and offered to shoot the bear, which is against the law. So with passing an ordinance in Volusia County, you're going to eliminate the people taking this into their own hands and killing the bears. And you'll eliminate the FWC having to kill the bears, which they hate doing. There's not one biologist that works for the FWC that wants to kill a bear because it goes into the trash. So if you applied before October 14th, you were qualified to get some money from the FWC. And I think you still can. I think you did apply for some money recently. But having a trash ordinance passed gets you qualified for more money. In the meantime, we do have a program we started, Jim and I started. We go to lower income neighborhoods. We just did our first one in Lake County. We provide the labor and the latches to secure the trash in the meantime. So don't let money be an issue on passing an ordinance because we can help you with the neighborhoods that need trash, bear-proof trash cans.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. You said earlier, as you came in, you said that you had an ordinance available. I don't see it here.
Oh, okay.
You
The
had
Lake
some
County
sort of wording.
ordinance?
I'd like to see that for the council to
All right.
hand it to them.
I can get you a copy
And
of
I read your documentation here, and it says $39.98 for each, but they can get them to us at a cost of $15 each. We'll have to work up the numbers and see how much that cost
that. Okay.
for all the garbage cans we have, and we have quite a few, probably about
Right.
1 million. So
Yeah, exactly.
we'll have to look at that.
And we're also working on getting a grant for some from some wealthy animal advocating people throughout the state to purchase those to purchase the latches. In the meantime, we already have purchased some very affordable latches that Jim and I put on some cans in Lake County as well
Cool.
that work really well.
Okay.
Which I have a
You
sample of
said, you
both
said
of them.
two of
there.
my most favorite words, animal advocates
There you go. And affordability.
and affordability.
That's a good
Well, there's
one.
another one. Okay, well, I thank you very much,
Oh,
ma'am.
sure. And just a note, Seminole County and Lake County have both passed trash ordinances. Seminole County is a little bit more comprehensive and harder to enforce. The FWC does recommend the Lake County trash ordinance. It's very simple. It's resident friendly, and it's also easy to enforce. It's not as tricky.
Yeah. We'll have our lawyers look into that one, see
Okay.
what we can do.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Jacqueline Lewis. Oh, it's you.
The pen is out of ink. I apologize.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jacqueline Lewis, 100 Fallen Timber Trail, DeLand, Florida, 32724. And I'm here on behalf of the Bears. As you know, the counties to the west, to the north, to the south have all approved this bear ordinance. And when you were speaking about affordability, which is a good word, and you throw the word, the number millions out, it's really, we're not interested in Ponce Inlet, Daytona Beach Shores, New Smyrna Beach. We don't really have an issue there. Those with bears and garbage, those areas that have reported the most have been Osteen, Pearson, Barberville, Seaville, on some areas in North DeLand, DeLeon Springs, and of course Deltona, Orange City, and some in DeBerry. Post-hunt, when John Mazurzik, the mayor of Deltona, asked for them to be the first to drive this initiative, when they utilize better bear-safe garbage removal, storage measures, they decreased the incidence by 70%. I've personally ridden with waste management and the garbage pickup people, and to be honest with you, spending day after day going throughout communities with them to see what their day looks like, nobody should have to get out of the truck first thing in the morning and pick up everybody's waste and then smell like that waste the remainder of the day. We found that when we pushed back the pickup times, if they're spending an hour and a half a day just picking up random trash from the ground because people failed to store it properly, when we pushed it back until after daylight, this is a great option for those people that have either built out their garages so that they're rental units or just refuse to put their trash inside. This is a great option for them, and we do have donors, and we have a great educational component in place, and we can get the word out, get people trained, and help them to help themselves and their community to limit the human-bear interaction. And I hope that you'll consider, I will float over the ordinances from both Seminole and Lake County for your review. I think legal has had them for a couple of months, but we'll start that process again, and we certainly hope that you'll help us with this. Thank you.
Thank you. The only reason why I said that number is because, we have a lot of garbage cans around here. Yes, a couple of years ago, we did have a little bit of a bear problem in New Smyrna Beach. And I used to live in Edgewater, and there were bears out there, lying next to a wooded area, you're going to have a bear problem.
And as
You're,
we,
yeah, and I
oh,
agree. Ponce Inlet,
yeah.
that's not really the big, I don't think we have a problem with bears there.
But when you look at when Miami Development, that tract of land, we're going to start to see some.
Yeah, you're going to start to see
activity over
some, because we're going to
there. Force
know,
them out of there.
force them out of their areas. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I just want to let you know we're going to be doing a workshop in the.
Oh, ma'am, you'll have to come up to the microphone, please, because nobody can hear you but me.
Sorry.
That's all
I
right.
just want to let you
I
know.
need you state.
Katrina Shaddix, 995 Oklahoma Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765.
Okay.
And just want to let you know, last night was talking to Jim and his community in Volusia, the Oaks, is that it, the Oaks, has requested that our volunteer program go in and retrofit their trash cans. So it'll be sometime in December, and like I said, we do work in association with the FWC. We provide the labor and the latches, but the FWC does an educational seminar every time we go into one of these neighborhoods to bear-proof their trash cans.
Okay.
So we're helping you out. We're saving you money, and we're giving you some good PR.
That's my other favorite words, saving money.
Okay, good.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, sure, why not? What the heck? We got 10 minutes.
DeRocher, 504 Cinnamon Circle, Deland. That I came up with and designed, and we put 2 of these on a trash can, and I've done 40 of them in the Oaks right now so far, and it's worked. So the bears have tried to get in. And this costs $3 per can. I can put 2 of these on a can. Costs $3 per can. So
I see that. Now, you will have to fill out one of my yellow slips. She's got them right behind you. But no, yeah, I'll have to talk with you after we're done with this.
okay.
Okay. Anybody else that wishes to speak at public participation? Yes, ma'am. You want to speak too? Did you fill out a yellow slip? She's giving it. Could you please give it to that young man and please step forward, ma'am? Yes, come on forward. Can I have your name and your address, please?
My name is Shannon Geis, and I live at 706 Horton Street, New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I'm here to support my fellow bear warriors, and I was at the bear workshop in Dora Pines, and I can tell you that that community was very happy that we were out there and helping them out, because Volusia County probably has some of the most calls into the FWC, and if we can reduce the bear human encounter by reducing the trash attractants, then we can, the FWC says by 95% with the bear-proof trash cans. So I think it's just really important that, not only will humans be safe, but we'll keep our bears safe. And I just think it's important that the people of the community need to take responsibility in reducing the attractants. Bears are out right now. They're getting ready for their winter lethargy, so they're out 18 to 20 hours a day, and just people have to be responsible. And for us to be able to help them and save them money and save the community and the county money, I think it's a good thing. So I'm real excited about helping out and doing whatever I can. Thank you. I hope you will really consider putting it in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. What is this screen doing to me? Okay, is there anybody else that wishes to speak this morning?
I don't have any other slips, thank you.
Okay, we didn't have them a minute ago either. Are you, ma'am, wishing to speak before the council this morning? You have a case with us this morning? Okay, very well. All right, well, unless there's somebody else to speak, we will take a short recess until the council is convened right around 9 o'clock. So we will be in a short recess. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today's date is November 3rd, 2016. The time is 9:08 a.m. This is the Volusia County Council meeting. All right. This morning's invocation is being given by Pastor Owen Strickland from the First United Methodist Church of DeLand. Pastor Strickland, if you would please. And if the council would please stand.
Let us pray. O God, our help in ages past and our hope for years to come, we are grateful that you have given us this day, a day of which we can love and serve our fellow man, and Father, most of all, give you glory. We pray your blessing upon the business of this day. We pray that you will give wisdom and guidance in all that is done for this great county. For we love you, and we thank you in thy holy name. Amen.
Amen. If you would please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Daniels? Ms. Denny's? Mr. Lowry?
He is absent
He is
this morning.
absent today, that's correct. Mr. Patterson? Here. Mr. Wagner? Ms. Cusack? And Mr. Davis?
Here.
So it's a 6-0 vote for unanimous.
Yes. Okay. I think you gave me the wrong list. Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right. With that, we will pull our consent agenda items, and I'll run off my list here. Ms. Cusack? Mr. Daniels? Ms. Denny's?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to guess Mr. Lowry doesn't have anything. Mr. Patterson?
Nothing.
Mr. Wagner? And I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda items.
I have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Ms. Denny's. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed. So carried unanimous, 6-0. Boy, we are moving at light speed this morning. All right, Ms. Joanne Magnley, if you would, no, Joanne's not here. No, who's doing the presentation this morning?
Lucinda.
Lucinda. All right, Ms. Lucinda, Ms. Lucinda Coley, if you would please come forward. Nancy, and you know what, I'm probably going to butcher her name. So if you can you try it? I'll bet you could get it right. Garris, okay. Ms. Nancy Garris.
Good morning, Lucinda Coley, Library Services Director. It is my honor to be here today to introduce recently retired Library Services employee Nancy Garris. Nancy came to the Library Services more than 47 years ago in 1969, and that would have been slightly before the 1972 countywide unification of library services. She started her career working as a library clerk with an annual salary of just $3,360 per year. Nancy started working in our Cornelia Young Library in Daytona Beach. She moved to the Holly Hill Library, onto the Bookmobile, and the Daytona Beach Library. She's worked in technical services, and finally she made her home library at the Port Orange Regional Library as a library assistant too. On one of her first performance reviews, her supervisor wrote, "This employee shows promise of becoming a superior employee, valued and a dependable worker." Well, that holds true after all these years. Nancy leaves us with more than 4,000 of personal leave hours on the books. One of her greatest strengths is customer service. She's known for her outgoing, friendly personality at our circulation desk. Over the years, Nancy has developed a rapport with many library users. She greets them by name and is never without a topic to discuss with each of the folks she serves. Library users, volunteers, and staff truly enjoy working with Nancy, and she will be greatly missed by all. Nancy has had a front row seat to many changes in library service. I'm sure Nancy remembers hand stamping stacks of date due cards every day, checking out materials by inserting the card into a Gaylord machine,
One card out, one card in.
typing sets of card catalog index cards in the card catalog. We checked out record albums, 16 millimeter films to teachers, and then we offered VHS tapes. Oh, the places libraries have gone now with the help of technology. When Nancy joined the Port Orange Library staff, she was first on hand as the library moved across City Hall to the newly built library. She helped pack and move the collection across the street. As library services have embraced technology, Nancy helped barcode every item in the Port Orange collection as we introduced our first automated checkout system. Unfortunately, Nancy will not be on hand to help with our transition from barcodes to RFID tags. I think that's why she retired. And our self-checkout stations. I'm sure, though, that she will be an avid library user during her retirement, and she will have the opportunity to experience our progress. Nancy has many interests that will keep her busy during her retirement. She enjoys singing. I'm not sure she's going to sing today.
No, I don't sing solos.
Oh, okay. Completing crossword and jigsaw puzzles, and experiencing new and different restaurants. Of course, reading, and now she will be adding traveling to her list. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales will be the first big trip planned with 10 of her relatives. Her roots as she plans to return to library services as a volunteer. Oh, she's thinking that one again, rethinking it.
I already asked about it.
On behalf of Library Services, I want to thank Nancy for her many, many years of dedicated service and wish her health and happiness in her retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything to say, ma'am? Miss Nancy? Well, come on over there to the microphone.
I was the kid in the candy store. I got the job that was perfect for me
Oh, okay, cool.
and have really enjoyed it for 47 years. Thank you.
Cool. Mr. Deneen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, it's obvious if you worked here 47 years, then we must allow people to start when they were 8 or 9 years old.
I always say mine is 22.
I like that. This is one of the rare times I ever get to thank someone for the service and make me feel like a newcomer to public service. Okay, and I've got 41 years. Bottom line is that I think it bodes well for us as an employer that someone would want to stay with us that long. And two, the contribution is incalculable that you made in our system. I also want to point out something else that I think is really worth pointing out, and our attorney's the one that really noticed it. Sometimes in life you come to a milestone. As far as we can tell, you may be the last person that was hired before there was a charter that we operated under today. That is unbelievable, and that the dedication to work 47 years and do that kind of job and still be loved is a real challenge, and it really says something about you personally. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll let that go. The chair can do that. Anyway, I just want to tell everyone how proud we are. I know you're going to be missed, and the fact that you stayed that much for us, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
As the chair makes his way down there, I just want to say, I was just about 21 years old when you started that. I was actually just out of boot camp in the Navy at that time, and but I still remember in junior high school and high school, my favorite place was the library. I spent many hours. In junior high school, I told the librarian there that I had a goal of reading every book in the library. I almost did it, but some of them were pretty boring. But I appreciate everything you've done over all these years, really do. Mr. Chair, please come forward and be recognized.
I don't think so.
There it is, it's working. Okay, yeah, I just want to have this so we can stand next to each other. One of the great things we get to do to recognize people who have worked for the county, who have done special things, I'm going to take this out, and gone above and beyond, is we go ahead and we make proclamations. And this one is for you, Miss Nancy. And please correct me if your last name, it's so hard to pronounce. Garys?
Garris.
Garris, okay. Whereas Nancy Garris has worked for Volusia County Public Library for more than 47 years and is the library's longest serving employee. You can give her a hand for that. But as we say in the radio business, but wait, there's more. Whereas since joining the staff as a library assistant at age 18, she has worked at the South Cornelia Young Memorial Library, the Bookmobile, Holly Hill Public Library, Daytona Beach Regional Library, the Library Support Center, and the Port Orange Regional Library. And whereas this self-motivating woman has constantly went above and beyond her duties as she filed, checked out materials, welcomed patrons, recommended good books and movies, thank you for that, and took library programs to daycare centers. And whereas she worked, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. It said so right here. You must have done it. Yep. Whereas she worked under the old card catalog system for nearly 3 decades. There's some of you guys that don't know what that is. Dewey Decimal? Mm-hmm. And helped to transfer the library to the automated system in the 1990s. Whereas her patrons, along with library volunteers and co-workers, will dearly miss her friendliness, effectiveness, and expertise, but look forward to her return as a library volunteer, which you're still thinking about. Yes. So now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim today, November 3rd, 2016, as Nancy Garris Day.
Yes.
Come on. Give it up for... We do. This is all for you. We do, there we go. And we do so here in Volusia County and urge residents to honor this outstanding woman for her service to the Volusia County Public Library and its patrons. Thank you so much. It is signed by me and the entire County Council. Congratulations, and thank you very much. For you. And you have the floor, ma'am.
You have the floor. It's been great. As I said, I felt like the kid in the candy store, and each change was different, but I have enjoyed it, and especially the people that I've worked with and met along the way. Thank you.
Nancy, one of the things I want to say, please enjoy England, Scotland, and Ireland. A few years ago, my wife and I spent 3 weeks, and it was actually during an election cycle, and the civility of their election process is pretty wonderful compared to what we're going through right now. It was a national election, and I started out there with the first day of their election and ended up in my wife's ancestral home of Coxhill, England, and it ended that day, but it's just, you'll love it. I loved Scotland, I loved Ireland, and I loved England, so
thank you.
Enjoy it.
Take a short recess.
A motion for a 5-minute standing recess. Any objection? Without objection, show the motion passes.
Thank you, folks. We'll be in short recess. We have this. You got to hit the gavel. And come on up front, Miss Nancy, for the photograph. What, should I hold?
I was going to wait for Mr. Patterson just a second.
Okay, you want to wait for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, still in standing recess then. All right, Okay, good morning. Again, we're back from recess. Today's date still November 3rd, 2016. It is 9:29 in the morning. You know, during our hurricanes, we had some volunteers that stepped up all around to help. We've got a lot of the stuff back online, but I'll tell you what, we can never, ever, ever thank those people who just stepped up to the plate and say thank you to them enough. So, here we are today, and we're going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Deneen, who has more information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'd like to do is have Mr. Frank Bruno here in the Frank Bruno chambers step up. First of all, Frank's done such a tremendous job behind the scenes with all the volunteer work and spent all the nights at the EOC with us, and since then, he's done a tremendous job. There have been so many people to thank. We're going to try and do that later on when things get all settled down and we get everything picked up. It's going to take a little while yet. I mean, obviously, just a recap, we'll talk about this later in the day. We had more storm damage from vegetation in this storm than all the other storms combined. So this has been an enormous amount of material that needs to be picked up. What I asked Frank to stop in for, and we are going to do quickly because you need all to get back to work, is they worked out a deal with AmeriCorps, and Frank's been coordinating this to bring these young people in to help those. They're helping those that need the help the most, people that can't afford it, and we're trying to coordinate, trying to get stuff done to move the community forward. They're coming, they're still got work to do, but they're coming to the end of the time that they're going to be here. They've been here for a while, Frank will tell you that. But I thought it'd be good to see the faces of these young people that have come down here, volunteered, and quite frankly, make me very proud, because this is really what extended public service is all about. I remember people that went to the VISTA program and all kinds of programs that we've done in this country. And quite frankly, this is all part of I think, that whole need and the whole desire for people to serve and do the right thing. We really appreciate what all you've done. Frank, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Deneen. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council. I see Mr. Eckert was here earlier, staff. Thank you for allowing me to be here this morning. I am the chair of the Volusia COAD, and that's Community Organizations Active in Disaster. But I thought it was really important. I want to thank Mr. Deneen and the council for allowing us to recognize this group of folks. They are AmeriCorps, and they're from the ages of 19 to 24 years old. We had 24 of them here in Volusia County. I don't have to tell you, we were faced with a Category 4 hurricane to start with, and just by the grace of the good Lord that we did not have that damaging hurricane here in Volusia County. We've been spared, but having said that, a lot of people have sustained a lot of damage, mostly because of trees down in Volusia County. And we had so many great organizations. I'd like to name them all, but I would miss some of them, so I'm not going to do that. And down the road, when we start going into disaster plans, we will recognize a lot of those folks. But as Mr. Deneen mentioned, AmeriCorps is here, and they drove all the way from Olympia, Washington. Took them 4 days to drive here, and then the day they came here, Jim Judge and Pat White and the staff over there at the EOC gave them a tour of the EOC, which is a fabulous place there. We did a great job with that EOC. And they went to work right away. And I can't tell you how good I feel about that. We were getting a lot of calls every day at the call center, and they were just coming in, and we were just trying to put a Band-Aid on the situation. They went out. They had several crews that went out. They got on top of people's roofs, removed tree debris from these people's homes. They tarped their homes, made sure that they were dried in, and I'll tell you, if it wasn't for them and a number of other organizations, we would be in trouble here in Volusia County. I would like to recognize and ask Luke Weigel to come up. He is the disaster training and response supervisor for the Washington Conservation Corps. And again, thank you for allowing us to recognize these fine folks.
Greetings, Council. Thank you for having us here. On behalf of the AmeriCorps disaster response teams and my program, the Washington Conservation Corps, we are thrilled and honored to be able to serve your community. Since hitting the ground on the 21st of October, our teams have accomplished quite a bit. I have a little group here. We keep our quantifiables as far as what we accomplish each day. And since the 21st, our program has completed 48 homes, have removed 88 hazard trees. We've done 88 assessments, 131 wellness checks. We've tarped 12 roofs, and we've done minor repairs on 2 homes as well. Along with that, we've been down to New Smyrna at the Allen Chapel, and we're able to tarp their roof and get it ready and prepared for the steeple to go back up. And then and then we're also going to be going up to New Bethel AME Church as well in Norman Beach, and helping them out as well today. So I'd like to thank and honor Rob Crawford. You want to stand? He's right here. So Rob is my operations section chief, and he's coordinated the efforts of our groups out in the field, and he's done a phenomenal job. And then also all my members, I've been really proud and just honored to be able to have worked with all of them, and they've done an amazing job. So, Rob, you want to say anything?
So operations we're a visual people, operations. So this was what we do each night. We present the quantifiables for all the members to see. So this is a motivating factor for us to keep going, but also it gives us a snapshot each day of our accomplishments. Also puts it in a visual format for everyone to see. Outside of this, the EOC has been very good to us with providing us with maps, which helps us with operations, making sure that we are mapping out the areas that we're going to, helps us with our day-to-day operations, making sure that we have accountability for all of our teams. And so I'd like to thank the Emergency Operations Center. Pat White has been very good to us, and providing us also, and Frank Bruno with food as well. So we try to get donated resources that keeps our our budgets down, and so they've been very good at providing us with all the necessities for us to do our day-to-day operations. So thank you to Frank, and thank you to Pat and the EOC for inviting us to your county.
And just to echo that, Rob and I have been on quite a few disasters. This is kind of our second part of our job, and we've been all over the country responding to disasters when needed. And your guys' county, the support we've had here is comparable to none. It's been fantastic to work with the county here, and we've been really, really blessed to be able to serve you guys and have the support from your county. With that being said, too, we knew that hitting the ground, we'd probably start getting a lot of work. A lot of people kind of come out of the woodwork, and after about the first week, assessed that the need was far beyond what we can accomplish in the month that we would be here. So additional resources were ordered, and those will be coming in an extension of another month of AmeriCorps here in Florida will be continuing. So, thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would like to do, I think would be good, is I think for the sake of the young people that are out here, also so we can prove to your parents you were here, is if they get a chance to come down and shake your hand, maybe what we can do is have them file past the microphone, give their age, give where they're from, and we'll have a picture of you, and then your folks will know you were here.
Yeah.
Okay? If you'd like to do that, I think that would be good, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And real quick, I just want to make sure you all know they are leaving on the 11th, but that is great news from Luke that another group will be coming in, because we were worried. How were we going to pick up the pieces after they left? They were only able to handle so much, and we're running out of resources and everything. But I can't thank you. You all have been fabulous. They are leaving on the 11th. And thank you for recognizing them. We're also going to take a group picture with the county council.
That'd be great.
Oh, work perfect.
If I could have Luke, why don't you come on up, introduce?
Well, just have them one at a time. We'll come by, tell us your name and your age and where you're from.
Hold on 1 second if you would. First things first. Before we get them up here, if we could I have all of you AmeriCorps please stand up for one moment? And everybody in the chambers, give these people a round of applause for helping us. I wanted to recognize you as a group for all your hard work. And you too, Frank. Don't sit down, Mr. Chair. You two, all you guys, and you, Frank, working together, working with us. Can't thank you guys enough, and I'm glad you're going to be here. I'm sorry you're going to miss all the Veterans Day festivities, because we do some pretty interesting things, but I understand. And so, Ms. Denny's, you have a comment too?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just thinking, looking at all of you, I'm so eternally grateful. Please accept from, I represent District 3, New Smyrna Beach area, where Allen Chapel AME is. And it's my understanding you're going to help us put that steeple back on the church. You have no idea how important that is. You think it's a small thing, but they're coming up to their 126th anniversary in our community. So what you're doing for our community is actually setting some history. And, as I was looking at you and your boots, both, and your shirts, sometimes we think angels have wings. Sometimes I think our angels wear boots. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I know what we've been through, and I know we could not have accomplished as a county what you have helped us do. Mr. Bruno, thank you, and your entire board and everybody associated with your organization. We need to thank them too. We need to bring that organization in, Mr. Manager.
We're going to, after we get everything done, we have so many people to thank. We're going to try and do it in a way that makes sense. Yeah. But these kids, these young people are leaving. So Frank asked me, and I thought it made good sense. And like I said, this way they can prove they actually were down here and did something besides goofing off at the beach.
I don't see many bruises or bandages, so you're obviously very good at what you do. What part of Washington are you from again?
From all over the state.
They're gonna tell us where they're from.
Tell us as they walk up.
Mm-hmm. So here's our. I'm sorry. So here's what we're going to do. If we'll start with you, sir. Step to the microphone. Yeah, one at a time. Keep the first row, keep standing. We'll call the second row up. One at a time. Come up, say your name and where you're from. Mr. Patterson, our vice chair. This is Mr. Pat Patterson. We'll hand you a pin and a small token of our esteem for you guys for everything you did. I mean, we can't thank you enough, truly, truly. So he's going to do that, and we'll get a picture of you so you're not at the beach, and we're moving.
As they pass the microphone,
just come on up here.
Start, and you can shake everybody's hand as you come.
Come on down here, and then we'll get you all back up as a group in a minute. Okay? Here we go.
Yeah,
First up, see how well this works out.
I'm Luke Weigel, age 31, and been with AmeriCorps Disaster Response Team for 9 years as staff, and I'm from Port Angeles, Washington.
Next one, come on up to the microphone. Don't be shy.
Paris Jackson, 21, originally from Vancouver, Washington, but in Port Angeles now.
All right. Come on. Yeah, go this way and shake all the council hands as you come on by.
My name is Shelby DeFeo. I'm originally from Southern California, but I'm working out of Olympia, Washington right now.
My name is Kelsey Asetta, 24, and from Tacoma, Washington.
Thanks. You can't come much further away.
My name is Cheyenne Tomlinson, originally from Southern Oregon, but I'm out of Olympia, Washington.
Thank you.
I'm Stephen Fuller from Spokane, Washington, based out of Port Angeles, Washington.
Thank you.
I'm Joseph McCord. I'm 30, and I'm from Puyallup, Washington.
Josh Gurrell, 23, Olympia, Washington.
Thanks for coming to help us.
Caitlin Jones, 25, and from Tacoma, Washington.
My name is Kyle Brooks. I'm 22, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington.
I'm Jane Landis. I work in Port Angeles, Washington, and I'm 24. Thank you.
Hey, great job.
Kayla Seaforth. I'm 24, and I work out of
Thanks for coming all
Bellingham,
the way across the
Washington.
country. You have to come back and spend some time with
Sebastian Berrigan. I am 20 years old, and I. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Ellie Harris. I'm 24. I'm from Minnesota, but I live in Bellingham, Washington now.
Thank you very much.
My name is Mason Showalter. I work out of Nisqually, Washington, and I am 25.
Thanks for traveling all the way across the country, huh?
My name is Ethan Sperry, originally Lapeer, Michigan, now Bellingham, Washington, 26.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. Thanks for coming all the way across the country. You have to come back here on the beach.
My name is Guzman. I am from Aurora, Colorado, originally, and now I live in Port Angeles, and I'm 26.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the hard work.
My name is Rob Crawford. I'm a staff with the Washington Conservation Corps for
Thanks for coming
17
all the way across
years.
the country.
Been to the great state of Florida. This is my third time. I was here in 2004 for the hurricanes, 2007 for Groundhog Day tornadoes,
Jeez.
and also on this response.
Glutton for punishment.
Sorry, I'm age 42.
You didn't have to tell us.
Somebody has to be the old man.
Right. My name's Emily Landris. I'm originally from Idaho, but I've been in Puyallup, Washington for a few years, and I am a staff with Washington Conservation Corps.
Good job. You're a glutton for punishment. Thanks. Thanks for helping out.
Hey, thanks for coming back.
What are you talking about?
Are you the traffic?
And she's 30.
I'm Junior Fuimano. I'm Samoan, and I live now in Tacoma, Washington. I'm a staff with the Washington Conservation Corps, and I'm 39.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Catherine Nickel. I am from Hastings, Nebraska, but I now reside in Port Angeles, Washington. Thank you. And I am 27 years old. Thank you.
Thanks for that hard work. We really appreciate it. Okay.
My name's Shayla Nelson, and I'm 24 and from Tacoma, Washington.
I'm Jessica Dorian, and I work out of Tumwater, Washington, and I'm 26 years old.
Dorian is my daughter's first name.
Thanks for coming all the way across the country.
It was a long drive, but we're glad to be here.
I'm Caitlin Meldal,
Thank you very
24
much.
years old, from Rochester, Minnesota, moved to Bellingham, Washington.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Thank you very much.
All right, as they're filing by, you know, I just want to say this to you guys. I hope you guys understand, you don't have to come here just for hurricanes and disaster relief. Please come on down and enjoy the sun and surf one day. We got some beautiful beaches here, yeah. So, unless there is further questions or further comment, I'm going to request Mr. Bruno and the entire AmeriCorps, if you'd please come up so we can have a group photo with you, because once again, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give these young ladies and gentlemen a hand again for all they've done to help us out.
We're going to have probably 3 rows of 8.
3 rows of 8.
Of course.
For those of you that haven't been to where they're from, it is literally one of the prettiest places on earth. And it is, it's unbelievable. I have to tell you, when I went there, I didn't actually know the United States looked like it's that different to where you're like, it's amazing. It's like out of a storybook, like National Geographic, some of the islands and how it's set up. And oddly enough, people do surf there, and it's insane to me. I saw a longboarder surfing where there were killer whales, literally like a pod of them a mile away. I'm like, this is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
That's all right.
But it's mind blowing. Doug, you should see like boating, how the whole boating lifestyle. I don't know if you've been there, amazing.
You know, well, my daughter goes to school out there now. At Olympia, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's nice out there.
I'm telling
I
you.
have another
But
one that lives in, used to live in Seattle. She's since moved to New Mexico. They're hard to keep up with when they get up a little bit. You'll find that out.
Yeah, you'll find that out.
You know, that's pretty amazing. They came about as far away from the opposite corner of the country to help us.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing. And they're sending a whole nother group. As you saw, Frank's really happy because what Frank's with his groups have done is really put the tarps, the water, the food, all the supplies to the people that are really needy. So there was no issues about somebody getting it that didn't
Right.
deserve it. But their big issue was labor a lot of times for people that we gave tarps to. They didn't have anybody to help them. And this is one of the groups. And there's plenty of groups that we have that have been out there.
Oh, yeah, lots of them.
We thought it was worth saying something. These
Where
young
did we
people.
house them? Where did they stay? We took good care of them, I assume.
Mr. Judge, do we know where we put them? Where were they staying at when the AmeriCorps? Oh, they were at the Speedway. Okay, they were housed at the Speedway.
And we worked to deal with feeding them. We fed part of the meals out of the ocean.
Doug, you'll always know where your children are when they need money.
I get calls very regularly. I have one that is off the payroll. I hear from her sparingly. But the other two, when times get tight, yes.
You have to explain to me this concept of being off the payroll.
Oh, it's very simple. They
Never heard of that, even when they're older.
Well, I have one that, as far as all that went, hit a home run. So I'm going to be living off her. I'm going to be moving in with her, I think, any time now.
Okay, it's great to do recognitions like that for those kinds of people, and I honestly hope we do many, many, many more. But at this moment, we have other work to do, so we would like to talk to Mr. Rob Earnhardt about the presentation for the economic development data for the third quarter of 2016. Mr. Earnhardt, do you have some great news for us?
I do, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
You have the floor, sir. You want to bring the mics up again? Because we can hardly hear you.
Good morning to you and members of the council. Rob Earnhardt, Economic Development Director, and as the chair said, I'm here to present our economic development update for the third quarter, the months of July, August, and September. While we're waiting for the slide presentation to come up, I would just share the observation that I believe the Washington Huskies are ranked number 4 in the country right now. With all due respect to Mr. Cameron in the back, this group from Washington is obviously number 1 in our hearts. So,
Actually, they're number 5.
I stand corrected.
They were nosed out by Texas A&M. And we'll see how it turns out at the end of the year. But at least that's in the playoff, Frankie.
Thank you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's unfair.
Well, it really isn't. They're undefeated, and Texas A&M has lost one. But hey, creates controversy. That's what we need, Football, college football.
Our first slide on the economic development update speaks to exports. These are foreign exports from Volusia County, our MSA, which is more or less coincident with the borders of Volusia County. These are figures for 2015, as you can see, totaling $420 million in exports from our county. By comparison to last year, we had $380 million. That's not quite the historical high. In 2010, we had $437 million. The largest category is labeled as all others. Unfortunately, for an MSA our size, they're not, the ITA, International Trade Administration, is not able to break it down into more detail. However, our office has put some comparable data points together, excuse me, and we feel like the majority of that is attributed to greenhouse, nursery, and floriculture production exports. And so I just say that to give kudos to that part of our industry, but also to let you know that agriculture is the theme of our report this time and our presentation to the community tomorrow. The second largest sector is transportation equipment manufacturing at $92 million. And that's largely represented by the boat industry, which is, as you know, the largest manufacturing base in southeast Volusia. You're very familiar with this slide, so I won't spend too much time talking about labor statistics other than to point out two things. The percent change in Volusia County for the third quarter as compared to the prior year is 2.8%. That's still a pretty significant increase, and by comparison to the state of Florida, that's more than twice the percent increase that occurred statewide. The other obvious data here is the unemployment rate averaging for the quarter at 5.1%. That's an improvement over the same quarter a year ago. We will start to see less and less differences between the prior year and what we report to you in the future. Excuse me. And I see that as a positive. Employment trend comparison by major industry. I'll remind you that these figures include data from Flagler County as well as Volusia County. The education and health services sector is the largest. But the most significant increase occurred with professional business services, and these are jobs that are typical in legal industry, accounting professions, and engineering professions. And I just want to thank the council again for their support recently on a local financial support resolution for an engineering firm who is considering an expansion in West Volusia. The next two slides are the detailed labor statistic data for the county and those cities that have population over 25,000. So we'll move right on to permit data, residential permit data. You can see for the third quarter, 450 permits, and the total dollar value is over $142 million. To put that into some perspective for you, the last time we reported new construction residential permits for a quarter was third quarter 2007. So this is, in my view, a very significant positive. You can see the growth continues to occur quarter over quarter. It's incremental growth, and that is well received by our Volusia Building Industry Association and their partners. If you look at the data and compile the last 4 quarters together, I think the number is pretty astounding. We have over $500 million in new construction permit for the last 12 months. That's $537,120,000. By comparison to 2007, that number exceeds it, was $495 million. So we've exceeded that same figure for 2007. On the commercial side, the quarter performance was very well received and is attributed in large part to a single permit in Daytona Beach on the campus of Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and that's the student union at $61 million. But 22 permits that total $103 million. If you put those together with the previous 3 quarters, that's $295 million in new construction new construction commercial permits for the past 12 months. That's not quite what we experienced in 2007. It's 88% of that historical performance. I'd also pause and share with you, Mr. Daniels recently brought this to our attention, that John Albright with Consolidated Tomoka had forwarded a table of U.S. markets to watch, overall real estate prospects out of the emerging trends in real estate for 2017. And our MSA came in ranked 76 out of 78 MSAs. So 2 things. One, we're trying to understand just exactly what the methodology is and the factors are for this ranking. It is a survey, and to see how we might do a better job of highlighting those factors as our community strengths going forward. On the other hand, to put that into some context, there's 388 MSAs in the United States, so this list only represents the top 20%, and we're in it. So again, that's a positive. And there you have the total figure. So moving on to foreclosures, the overall trend continues to decline. That's another positive. And again, to try to put the third quarter performance of new foreclosures, 345. That's a combination of homesteaded and non-homesteaded. Put that into some perspective for you. In the third quarter of 2006, so 10 years ago, there were 505. The previous year, in 2005, there were 378. So this quarter's performance, and again, the overall declining trend, suggests that we are very close to getting back into that normal pattern that occurred prior to the craziness in the home building industry in the mid-2000 decade. The next 3 slides speak to our theme of agriculture. These figures come to us from the from the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. And Dennis Mudge is very familiar with these figures, and he will be with us tomorrow at our community presentation. But the first slide shows foreign and domestic exports. Comparisons of this slide to the previous export slide. This includes domestic exports outside the state of Florida. This does represent Florida, not Volusia County, and it is 2014 data, not 2015 data. But clearly, food production distribution is the largest sector, and when you combine that with food product manufacturing, it's over 50% of the foreign and domestic exports statewide. The direct economic contributions of agricultural, natural resources, and food industries in the state is $155 billion. Again, the largest contributor to that is food products distribution at almost $83 million. And finally, the number of jobs in these same industries is approaching 1.6 million. By comparison, that's an increase of 40,000 jobs from 2013, and it is just under 14% of the total jobs in the state of Florida. So we all recognize that the economy in the state of Florida is based largely in tourism, but I think it's healthy to understand that almost 14% of the jobs are in the agricultural industry as well. So as I said earlier, our theme is agriculture this month. Our community presentation tomorrow, our featured speaker is John Hoblick. You all know John is a local resident and born and raised here in Volusia County, president of the Florida Farm Bureau, so we feel very honored to have him be joining us tomorrow. We'll also have Bill Hester from the Volusia County Farm Bureau, as I mentioned, Dennis Mudge, and the new director of the Volusia County Fair will also be with us. We also took the opportunity to reach out to Volusia County Schools. They have, as you know, a number of career academies, and so 3 or 4 of them have an association with agriculture, and so they will be sending a teacher and some number of students from each of those career academies to join us with our presentation tomorrow. So that concludes my presentation. Mr. Chair, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, sir. And also, I'll be there.
Yes, sir.
I'm usually there unless situations. You know, I'll tell you something, Rob. Since 4 years ago when I went to my first one of these quarterly meetings till today, this thing has grown and grown. I mean, it's almost standing room only now, and very proud of that. And thank you very much for all that.
We appreciate your commitment and your support to be there.
Now, I do have one question here. This light green, what do we mine in Florida besides sand? Do you know what that mining is?
Phosphate.
A phosphate? We're still doing phosphate mining here?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought they closed all that down.
Not very much.
Apparently, 2%.
There's a county in North Florida, I want to say it's Hamilton County, and that represents almost 50% of their economy. In that county.
There's also oil and gas production still up in the Panhandle. What do they call that? The Black Jay Field or something like that. It's the largest oil field east of the Mississippi River, and it's still producing a little bit.
Right on the border of, but it is in Florida.
Yeah.
Still been pumping. Well, there's some oil wells down in the Everglades too.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah, the Collier family's got that going on down there.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I was just curious about. But thank you again for all your hard work and getting these things out to us. Mr. Deneen, do you want to go before or after the council?
Just let me make a comment on his presentation. Is that, as you mentioned, this has become sort of a standard that the community looks forward to. Rob does a fantastic job. I hear nothing but absolute accolades. One on how he does these presentations, what he puts together. It is growing, but also it's become part of, I think, an information source that people are now depending upon. And actually, quite frankly, Rob, in a lot of cases, I think you've put things in a local and then national perspective. It made people feel a lot better about where we stand. And I do think that it's a real service. It's become a larger and larger service to the business community. And it's one of those outreach things that we hadn't planned on, but we're now doing through your department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, I'm really pleased to hear about John Havlick and Bill Huster being there, because I don't think a lot of people know the impact of agriculture on our economy here in Volusia County. I was up in Pearson and Seville just a week or so ago, just looking at all the damage up there, and they got hit pretty hard. But they've known that for years, whether it was freezing or a windstorm, they're pretty resilient. But I'm glad, and I would hope that every council member could get over there just to hear John. I mean, that's a real treasure for us to have him elected as the president of Farm Bureau for the entire state of Florida. It's, when you look at how big they are, it's amazing. When I was in the legislature, I know Representative Cusack knows that too. We would go over to the exhibits that they had there, and it was just tremendous, the different types of agriculture. And I've been a member of Farm Bureau for about 20-some years now. So, thank you.
I can just share with you, Mr. Patterson and members of the council, that on the fernery businesses, so our fellow friends at the Florida Small Business Development Center at Daytona State College, they've been working with local businesses to consider the opportunity to apply for the state's bridge loan. There have been 15 of those applications, and 2 of those came from fernery businesses located in West.
All right, Mr. Wagner.
Yes, I wanted to say this will be my last one, Rob. And I just wanted to thank you. I think under your leadership, a lot of things were mentioned in the paper. I think 1 or 2 days ago, Jim Chisholm, all the things he's accomplished as a city manager. And as they stated them, you were a part of every one of them. So I just want to say thank you. I think you and your team, I know you always say your team and you have a great group of people, and you do. But I want you to take credit where credit's due. On a personal level, you have a lot to do in that. You've made this community a better place. I've appreciated your updates. You've brought a level of class and professionalism to Volusia County Economic Development. We've always had it, but I think you've brought it to a level. Your background, I think, has helped quite a bit as a public servant for the United States, and obviously for us as a county. And I can't thank you enough. I feel very good leaving Volusia County as a government capacity, knowing you're at the helm of economic development. Thank you.
Josh, you're supposed to say "Go Navy" at the end.
I stay out of those fights. I know better.
But Josh, even after January 1st, you can still, we'll let you come in.
It's different.
I'll save you a plate if you like.
Different. Thank you.
Leave the light on.
We'll leave the light on.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner, and that leadership, starts right over here to your right, to my left, but also it requires the support in policy and in willingness to make, sometimes difficult decisions to take the long view on making investments in economic development. So thank you for your support.
And Mr. Daniels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To echo what Josh says, you guys have navigated very difficult political waters, and you've done it well. I'm really proud of the job that the Economic Development Department has done with Volusia County. The thing that John Albright sent and forwarded to you, that I don't know really what criteria that they rank places on, but if we look at the criteria and we see what people look at, what professionals look at from a community, that not only is it a matter of better explaining ourselves, it's a matter of maybe making changes. That it gives you sort of a laundry list, a checklist. You start working down the list. It gives you a roadmap. It gives you maybe the things that we need to do to improve our position and move up the ladder as being a place where high wage industries would like to locate. It'd be great if may potentially be a great tool to work with. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dean, you have another comment?
One final comment while Rob's up here. The other thing that I've got to mention while Rob's here is that he helps me in one of the most difficult issues there are, and that is, and especially now, because the economy is starting to get better, and that's looking at these different deals in terms of economic development. And it's all about writing down the risk, and it's about infrastructure. And so Rob's been there on every one of these, whether it was Trader Joe's or it was Tanger or whatever. He definitely is there, you know, giving me advice, helping me make a decision. And trust me, it's not easy when there are some interesting things out there that we're working on. Some of them are very big. It makes me swallow hard when I think about, you know, this council has told me, because we don't have money set aside, is that you got to make the right decisions. And sometimes to get these deals, I think Ms. Denny saw this, is that these people only want to deal with us if we can speak with one voice and they can guarantee that what I tell them is real. And that's a choice between making these decisions on infrastructure. And it's not easy because, you know, I'm not allowed to find out ahead of time because that's breaking the sunshine laws. And so we make that decision as to what makes sense. I just want everyone to know that I really value Rob's experience, and he is one of those people that helps me make those decisions when we make decisions on what we're going to say to people and what offers we're going to make. So far, we've been pretty successful. But what's exciting is some of the new opportunities. The problem is some of those opportunities require greater risk and a whole lot more money. And so making those decisions is not easy, but Rob really is there together with Rick and everyone else that works with me in our Dan's office and all that, but especially Rob taking point for me. I appreciate it, Rob.
You're welcome. And Ms. Denny's?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Manager, that's a really good point, Mr. Earhart. I tell you what, when we were in the mix with Project Panther, I have never seen such a level of professionalism. And I know the hours that our staff worked. And I think it was over the holidays. If I'm not right, I think they took one day off, and that was Christmas. And when I came back from Indiana and realized what was going on and where we were, Volusia County is well represented. We're well postured, and we are ready for the next opportunity. I think we're just postured very strongly for the changing market and the opportunities in economic development, and I think this is all part of it. So, Rob, I thank you and your whole team for what has happened. We don't see a lot of that, and we shouldn't. I don't want to know sometimes, but thank you very genuinely. It's not gone unnoticed. I know the meetings and the time that you put in, and the fight that you fight. It's valiant and it's worth it, and it's one of those arenas that it's worth it to walk into the arena. And if you take a hit, you get up and you live literally to fight another day. And we're fighting not just another day, every day. So we're very strong because of your support and what you do. So thank you. This is important for all of Volusia. Thank you.
Like the slide that said emergency management is a team sport, economic development is a team sport.
For sure. All right, with that, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning. What time does your presentation start?
Mr. Carl will introduce you shortly after 8 a.m.
After 8 a.m. So if you want to be there and you're listening to the internet, you might want to show up around 7:30 to get a good seat because the place fills up fast. It does. Thank you, Mr. Earnhardt. Thank you, Mr. Carl. All right, we're going to move on to item number 3. Can we? Yes, we can. This is a permit to remove a historic tree at 2260 Deerfoot Trail, DeLand. Glenn and Sandra Fletcher, are you? Hi, Carl. I'm Clay. How you doing? Would you like to have the floor, sir?
Thank you. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is an application from Glenn and Sandra Fletcher. They are seeking to develop 2260 Deerfoot Trail for a single-family home. On the screen, also on page 03-3 of the agenda packet, is a location map that shows the property located north of McGregor Road, west of US 17, near the city of DeLand. This property is zoned R4 and is generally developed for single-family homes. If we could have the aerial. On page 03-4, There's an aerial that shows this nature. It is an undeveloped lot that is heavily treed. It is within a subdivision that contains approximately 2-acre lots throughout. Other lots have been developed, as you can see. As we were talking through with the applicants, representatives from the Building and Zoning, Land Development, and Environmental Management have met with them to develop a plan to construct their single-family home. If we could go on. This is a plot plan. This is on page 03-9 of your agenda packet. This is the third iteration of the plot plan. There was an initial permit application which had the home located closer to the roadway that was outside of all 3 of the historic trees that are located on the site. There was a subsequent one that was subject to the original item that was scheduled for the October County Council meeting, which moved the house back in a little bit further to the other side of the historic trees. And this is the last iteration that has been provided to us from the property owners. The issue at hand is that there's 3 historic trees on site. There's a 38-inch oak that is highlighted in red on the drawing. There are 2 other oak trees. There's a 36-inch and a 46-inch tree on the site. Ginger Adair, who is here with me, she is our Environmental Management Division Director, and she is also an arborist. She has been on the site as well as other staff members to review the health of these trees. The number one thing that we want to do is if there's an unhealthy tree or a tree that needs to be removed, we want to allow these people to do it. We do not want to be a hindrance to anyone developing their property. The number one thing when we look at whether or not a historic tree can stay or go is whether or not there's sufficient room for avoidance and whether or not the health of the tree is satisfactory. If we could have the next picture, please. This is on page 03-05. This is a photograph from our staff that shows the tree. As you can see, it's a healthy oak tree. You can see that it's surrounded, and you can even see the adjacent development going on in this area. Our number one goal is to make sure that these folks can build the house that they want. We're not trying to stop them from doing it. But as I said, in our past history, in dealing with our tree preservation ordinance, we've made a decision that if you can avoid the trees and you can build your home, we need to work with you. John, if we could go back to the plot plan, I'd like to kind of talk about why you hear staff saying that there's ample room. This is a 2-acre parcel. It's zoned R4. The setbacks are shown also in this plot plan, and it's difficult to see, but I will describe what they are. In the front, you have a front setback of 25 feet. Right now, the house, as they would like to place it, is 197 feet. On the sides, you have a combined setback of 20 feet. So that means you can be 8 feet on one side, 12 feet on the other, or any combination thereof, but it has to be a minimum of 8 feet. They're showing approximately 74 and 75 feet on either side. Then on the rear, we have a 20-foot rear yard setback, and they're showing it's set at approximately 197 feet. When we went out to the site, we were looking at all 3 trees. Ginger was able to ascertain that the 46-inch live oak is in demise. It's not a healthy tree, and actually told the applicant that they should probably take that tree out and try and rework their plot plan so they could locate their house in that situation. We also looked at whether there were opportunities to shift the house towards the rear property line, thereby getting it out of the drip line of all 3 trees. The applicant has provided a justification letter that's on page 310 of your agenda packet. In it, they've identified a potential conflict for future uses such as a pool, screen enclosure. They've also mentioned the fact that they would like to put a shed out there for a work area. Again, looking at the setback requirements, any accessory structure that's under 500 square feet can be within 5 feet of the property line. Any pool can be within 8 feet of the property line, with the screen enclosure being within 5 feet. So therefore, what we're seeing is that we have ample room on this particular piece of land to locate the buildings, structures, and everything else that they would like to do. We're just asking them that to please shift the house one way or the other so that that way it avoids the 2 healthy trees and allow for the removal of the unhealthy tree. Again, we're not trying to prevent them from building their homes. We're trying to hopefully let them work within our confines of what our codes work with, and we're willing to work with them if any other accommodations could be made. Basically, that is our presentation. I know the property owners are here. If there's any questions for myself, Ms. Adair, we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I guess I do have a question here. Ms. Denny's, I'll let you go first.
How large is the entire parcel?
2 acres.
2 acres. It's too, I'll tell you what's going through my mind with this. We have 2.5 acres. And when we bought the property, we knew what the zoning was. We knew where the trees were. We knew where the low-lying wetlands were when we bought it. And our architect and builders laid out our home based on what we purchased at the time, knowing the wetlands area, knowing the setbacks, knowing every other restriction there. So if this was 100 by 120 lot, I probably would have, my light went on and said, okay, let's see what are the possibilities. But for 2 acres, and to have the ability to adjust, it may not be exactly what you want, but these were the parameters when the property was purchased. So I guess I'm struggling when there's an option here, especially if we have identified a tree that needs to come out or can come out, let's put it that way. I'm struggling with the request to override staff's denial, let's put it that way. I'm really struggling with that because there are options here. And I personally have gone through this. We've adjusted our home site multiple times and weren't granted permits based on if we put a pool in. We did put a shed in, still hoping for a pool. But again, I know that you've got to work with, if you've got 2 acres, you've got to place it where it is, and it may not be the exact place you want it, but I'm going to support staff's denial. That's my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Say again? Yeah. Oh, yes, Carl or Clay.
Ms. Adair pointed out that if the council feels it's appropriate to allow for the removal of the 46, you can today, as part of your motion, allow for them to remove the 46-inch oak if you feel that's appropriate based on our.
Wait, but that's not in the request.
No, I'm just saying. Again,
We haven't seen. I think we
Yeah.
would have to come back with I would want to see a whole new scheme or layout here.
No, wait a minute. Are you done, ma'am?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. Now, here's a question. Earlier, you said 36-inch tree was bad. Now you just said the 4. Which one?
No, the
Is this
36-inch
tree
oak.
or this tree bad?
The 36-inch oak that's located there at the south property line there.
This one right here.
Yes, sir.
That's a bad tree.
That is a healthy tree.
No.
That is a healthy tree.
Oh, that's a healthy tree.
Yes, sir. The 46-inch oak that's to the
This
north
one
of
is the bad one.
Yes, sir. That is the one
Okay.
that we've identified has potential for disease and has potential that could be removed. And then the 38-inch is the one that is circled where it says 38.1 inch historic oak.
Okay, so, all right. That one right there is the one they want to remove, but this 46.2-inch historic tree, that's the one that's bad.
It has, staff has gone out there and says they're showing sign of stress and that we would recommend that if there was to be removed to accommodate the house, that would be the one we would recommend.
Okay. Can you zoom in on the house itself a little bit? Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to see the length of the outside wall.
I can tell you that.
Okay, it's 39.35 feet.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and verify that. Find my plot plan. Yes, sir. 39.35 on the north side. It's roughly 38 feet in width across the back.
Okay, I was just looking at the side that would be affected by the drip line of the oak tree. So if they moved that, roughly, if they moved it back 25 feet, removed the other oak tree, it wouldn't it would actually fit in pretty good.
And their the main concern from staff was that the placement of the drain field within the drip line as well as the structure has a
Yeah.
negative impact on the 30
Oh yeah,
inch.
that'll definitely have a negative impact on that tree too. All right. So, okay, there is a motion. Let's see, how would we word that motion then, Miss Denny's?
I don't believe there was a motion.
It says staff does not recommend removal of this tree for adequate space to revise the current site plan.
We need to do public comment first, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, which is why I did not make a motion.
Okay, very well, very well. Mr. Patterson, you want to wait for public comment, or?
Yeah, if I can go after.
Okay. Hi, sir.
Morning, Council.
After you are done speaking, I will need you to fill out a yellow slip with Miss Marcy.
Yes.
And go ahead and give me your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Glenn Fletcher. I live at 691 Rhodes Drive in DeLand.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphones? They do bend.
Okay.
So we need to hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think our main concern is, you know, you get too close. There's a well on the east side also, so we have to take into account. You know, we can't have our septic by the trees, and we have a well that we have to work around also with the neighboring property, because their well is like 10 feet, 15 feet off their property line. So it does kind of make a difference where you shift it, and we're trying to keep this property as natural as can be, and that's why if you look at the driveway, the way it comes in and sweeps around, the reason we did that is we want to keep every tree possible. There is a ton of huge oaks on there. It's just unfortunate. We even have 2 more or 3 more other live oaks, but they're not historic. So we're trying to keep it as natural as we can. No big yard, no nothing, just the placement of the house. If we get too close to the front, then you're right up on the road, and if you get to the back too far, then you have no backyard, you know, so. But like I said, you can see the driveway that comes in. There's a bunch of oaks right there, and we're trying to save everything we can and just keep it as natural as we can. But I don't know, you know, you guys didn't bring up the well, and that's another factor as far as the, you know, you can't have your septic where the trees are, and you can't have your well 75 feet from the septic. Okay.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Guys.
Take it, you want to speak to me?
One thing.
Okay, I need your name and your address.
Okay, Sandy Fletcher, 691 Rhodes Drive, DeLand, Florida.
Okay, I will
274.
also, after you're done, need you to fill out a yellow slip too.
I just wanted to say that either way, you know, we can't take it out before the house is built, but after the house is built, we could remove whatever we want to, which to us obviously doesn't make too much sense because we want to put the house where we want to put it. Is that correct?
I don't quite understand the question. Mr. Clay, can you?
Yes, sir. What we have in our tree preservation code is an exemption for occupied single-family homes. So in other words, if you have an existing home occupied, met all the permitting and everything else, you can then remove trees from your property, including historic trees, because they're exempted.
Okay.
So if you don't allow us to move that tree, we're probably going to move the other live oak tree so we can, you know, do what we want to do back there. So I just wanted to put that out there.
It's not actually a shed. It's a.
Up one at a time. I have to let her have the floor here.
Okay. He's just saying that we're going to put a metal building back there, a nice big, you know, metal building that matches the house or whatever. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, is there any other public comment? Oh, I do need you to fill out the yellow slips. Yeah, please, if you would, while we debate and deliberate. Any other public?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Patterson?
I have a question.
Yes? You have a question? Yes, ma'am.
You gonna make a motion? Is that what you're gonna do? Oh, you had.
I think you just had a comment.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah.
My question was this. I just want to be very clear that if they build a house on this property, around this tree somewhere, or in the middle of this house, they can go back and remove the tree if the house is there, if a house is there.
Yes, ma'am. One of the provisions of our code, when the tree preservation code was being drafted, the concern that was identified was that we didn't want to penalize people who had existing homes who wanted to be able to take down trees and clear their property. And so therefore, the application of our tree preservation code, the specific standards, would allow them that once it's an owner-occupied single-family home in this zoning, they could remove the tree without any approval.
I just want to make sure I was clear on that.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
that kind of seems like a double standard to me. That doesn't make, even in my meager mind, that doesn't make good logical sense to tell me that if I have a house there
Yes, ma'am.
and decide that I want to cut the tree down, I can do it. But if I want it down prior to me putting the house there, then you're saying I could be denied the opportunity to put it there. But if they build a house around it somewhere, on that property, they could come back. I mean, they don't even have to come back. They could just cut it down once they had the house built.
And I guess the best way to understand it is the historical context of when we drafted our tree preservation standards. At that point, we didn't have anything that was mandating protection of these trees. So there was existing homes out there that there was concern that residents who already had everything going and were up and running wouldn't be able to do the maintenance that they wanted to do. And that the emphasis was that from now on, any new property that comes in that's undeveloped and is being targeted for development, that we do the best to avoid impacting these historic trees. So again, it was I believe the provision was set in a situation that at a set point in time, we didn't want to penalize anyone who had already been home occupied and operating. Unfortunately, the way it's worded is that we cannot stop anybody now once it's got its CO and occupied.
And do you agree with that?
That's not my decision. Y'all are the policy makers. I implement everything that you provide to us.
Let me pull Clay in here. This policy was a policy of the county council back in the 80s. They knew what they had their own reasons for doing this. I understand your questioning, and you can always relook at policies you want. I wasn't here. A lot of these people weren't here. Clay clearly was not here. And so they had reasons why they did it. Now, if you decide that you want us, we're not looking for extra work, but if you want us to look at something, we can look. But the policy was developed by a council deliberately based on the conditions they had at the time. And it was done in the 80s.
How often does this come up? Could you tell me that?
Well, since my tenure, this is the first one, but
Pardon me?
Since July of 2006. No, I'm looking at Ginger. Perhaps Ginger can give you a better answer on that.
I think we've heard a couple since I've been here.
Yes, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. We typically bring 3 or 4 historic tree removal requests to the council every year. Obviously, it varies. Sometimes they're commercial, and that residential owner-occupied exemption does not apply to a commercial property. So a historic tree on a commercial property is protected before development, after development, and forever and ever. The single-family residential owner-occupied exemption, we can't really quantify how often someone on an owner-occupied lot removes a historic tree because they're not obligated to come to us for a permit. It is a true exemption, which means we don't know what they're doing. But probably several times a year we have a homeowner, a residential person who wants to remove a historic tree to accommodate their home. And typically our standard for coming before you is if it's avoidable, if there's a way to build the home on the lot without removing the tree, then the staff's suggestion or recommendation is denial of the permit. There are cases where you can't avoid the tree and build a home, and so in those cases, staff typically recommends approval. The conundrum with the owner-occupied is a true issue because, as these folks recognize, if we have them move their house and they build it around the trees, when we're done and they have a CO, then they can do what they'd like. And so that truly is a policy question that you can direct us on. But for the moment, that's the ordinance that we're working under.
If you remember back, probably about 6 months ago, when we were talking about some of the changes before Clay got here, my staff does not have the authority to make recommendations outside of the law, the policy you passed. And quite frankly, this is one of the areas where I mentioned to you, if you remember, that there ought to be things where, for example, some of this, you could decide whether you want to give more flexibility to Clay and the staff down there to make individual decisions on these trees, because we do get some of this, and you know, the world's changing. It depends on how you want to handle it. But right now, when we say, for example, that what the staff recommends what the law is. They can't recommend to you something other than the rules you already put in place.
But most time when you ask a question, you know the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Patterson.
As someone who in the 04-05 storms lost 24 big oak trees on my 4 acres, and this storm I've already lost 8 more trees, one that is much bigger than this little 38-inch tree that took out 2 other trees with it when it goes. You know, I'm cognizant of the problem with that. Here's one issue I have. I mean, this is Pat Patterson, the insurance agent for the last 40 years, writing homeowners insurance. There isn't going to be a company in the world that's going to want to write a homeowner's policy with an oak tree like that close to the house, period. I mean, the biggest problem I have as an agent is people calling me up upset because the insurance company has gone out, done an inspection, and saw how close the tree is to the house. And you know, I had 2 oak trees go through the middle of my house during the 04-05 storm, and it's not a lot of fun when you've got your ceiling caved in, and I think I took 40 gallons of water outside because it was one of those old water oaks. And the other issue I see here, and I've got a problem with this, similar to this at my townhouse up in Tallahassee, because the previous owner planted a tree right near the septic tank, and we had to bring a tractor in there. It cost me an extra $200 to pump out the septic tank because the roots were living a very happy life, and that tree was really doing very well. Thank you very much. And those roots know where to go and find what they need to exist. But you're saying if they were to build that house at that location and not touch that tree is protected, and they could never remove it unless a storm came through and knocked the living bejeebers out of the place, correct?
Well, we would never recommend that they build that house in that location and save that tree. Clearly, if the house goes in that location, they need to remove the tree before they construct the house. So our suggestion would either be to change the location of the house so that it is not directly adjacent to one of the historic trees, or for the council to approve the removal. But that is not an appropriate place to build a house in relation to a tree.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to probably end up when I get home this afternoon with about 100 tree huggers out there mad at me, but I'm going to move for approval of the tree permit.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion for approval and a second for tree removal permit. Further discussion, Mr. Patterson?
No.
Mr.
Chair?
Denise, yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
The code requires that when the tree is removed, that the funds be paid into the tree preservation fund. I think the calculation in this case is a little over $7,800.
Oh.
So you have to deal with that issue as well. Just saying removal of the tree is not a sufficient motion.
But they can replace it with another tree on the property?
No.
Oh.
They can preserve trees on the property, but they can't replace it with another tree on the property. And I think maybe you need to have Ms. Adair walk you through that portion of it. It's not simply they can remove the tree. You need to deal with the remainder of the provision that when the trees are removed, they either have to pay into the replacement fund or provide replacement trees.
Well, I know my office in Daytona Beach, I had a dead tree, and the only way the city would let me get rid of that dead tree was that I had to replace it with another tree, which I did.
Well,
And
let's let Ginger walk you through what would need to be done.
So there are three options for replacement.
Identification, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
For the record, you are.
Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
There are three options for tree replacement. You can pay into the Tree Replacement Trust Fund, and we've identified the amount that would be. That's $7,861.40 if the sole means of replacement were payment. You can provide replacement trees on site, and we would calculate the replacement based on the square inches of the trees that were chosen to be planted. Or the third option is to preserve existing trees on site that aren't already protected, and that there's the nuance. So on a single family lot, the code says that the trees in the setback areas are protected, which means if you remove them, you have to provide replacement. The trees within the buildable area of the lot are not protected because that's the part of the lot that we expect you're going to build your home, etc. The exception being a historic tree, it's protected no matter where it is on the lot. Are you with me so far? Sorry, that's a little complicated. So you can protect existing trees on the lot if they aren't already protected. So, for example, if you have trees on the lot that are in the buildable area, which technically they have the right to remove without any replacement, if you protect those, you can count them as replacement. Here's the rub. Once it's a single-family owner-occupied lot,
Doesn't matter.
the trees are exempt from permitting. So typically on a commercial lot, and people protect existing trees, we have an expectation that those trees will remain as replacement, as offsetting the removals. It's a little more difficult on a single family lot. In the past, we've tried things like tree preservation easements that protect specific trees. So for instance, if you said, we'll let you take out this historic oak, but you have to protect the 36-inch oak, we need a mechanism to do that. We've in the past used an easement around a tree. It has its own set of problems because if the tree dies of natural causes, then you're stuck with an easement around nothing. So they do propose to save the majority of the trees on the lot, and they would have sufficient replacement on the lot if we had some way to guarantee that those trees would remain.
So the difficulty, Mr.
So basically what we're talking about is tree mitigation.
Which
Pretty
which on Mr. Patterson's commercial property in Daytona is an easy thing to do. On single-family residential, it is not.
It's not. Well, he's a commercial property. We're not going to come out and inspect their property every week to make sure that the tape is still on the tree and the tree is still there.
Correct. And again, single-family residential homes are exempt. So once it's owner-occupied, there's little to no way to enforce whether or not the trees remain on the site.
Ms. Kuzak, I understand exactly. This ordinance, prior to building a house, you got all this, but once you build the house, bring Paul Bunyan in and
it becomes a
land.
part of your tax base
Yep.
that we get taxes for. Then you're saying that
It gets complicated.
it's complicated.
All right. Ms. Denny's? Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just thinking for staff, how could you handle this with this family to ensure that what would they have to do to say that they would maintain certain trees? And how can you monitor that?
What we do when folks plant trees is there's a requirement in the code that those trees survive for a minimum of 2 years. And when an applicant chooses planting as an option, then we put a note in our permitting system that prompts us to do an inspection at that 2-year time frame, and we go out and ensure that the trees that they planted are in fact still alive 2 years later. That provision doesn't exactly apply to if you preserve trees on site, but I would certainly suggest that as a condition of any approval, that if they choose replacement, that we do an inspection at that 2-year mark to ensure that at 2 years those trees are still in existence on the site. The other thing we can do is a tree preservation easement if the applicant is interested in that. and that works, except that some number of years, I mean, a tree is a living thing, so in 20 years or 30 years or 50 years, that tree probably won't still be there. And then what do you do with this easement that limits your ability to do anything in that circle?
Well, and also, you know, in 20, 30 years, they sell the house. This is 20, 30 years later. They forget about this. You know, it just slips their mind. Somebody buys a house and somebody says, oh, I want to take that tree down. They go to plow it down. Now, wait, we have an easement that shows up out of nowhere. That, you know, no fault to the seller, but they forgot. No fault to the realtor. They didn't really look at it. And that just causes more problems.
But certainly it's easy enough to do the 2-year inspection, and that's what we would do if they were required to plant trees on site. Now, they don't need to plant trees on this site. It's a heavily wooded site. That wouldn't be my recommendation for them to plant additional trees when they have a bunch already. So, but we could make a condition that the trees remain at least for a minimum of 2 years, and we'll go out and do that inspection in 2 years' time.
On the trees that are presently there.
Right, so let's say you approve the removal of this tree and they have to maintain a certain number of trees on the lot to compensate for that. We would identify which trees those are with the homeowner, and then in 2 years' time, we would go back and ensure that those trees are still alive and in good condition. And in the event that they're not, then they have replacement to do at that time.
Would that be a part of the motion, Mr. Patterson?
It's not a policy.
You did second the motion, correct?
I did.
You did second it. So I'll need to amend the motion that the grant the tree permit removal, and then to meet
With the 2-year inspection, that they maintain the trees that are presently there, that's identified.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is the amendment. The amendment is that they will have to meet the requirements of the hocus pocus that you just told me about.
I think what you would maybe want to say is that if they choose to preserve existing trees on site, that they have a condition that those trees remain for a minimum of 2 years.
Okay.
That means nothing.
Mr. Chair, do you have
If
that
they-
amendment?
In the
amendment
alternative,
would
you
be
could say that they have to pay the
nothing. If
amount.
they choose, that means nothing. That means nothing in policy or enforcement. If they,
Well, it's part of their tree permit, so if they didn't meet the condition of violation, and so then that
They
would
would
be
have
an
to pay the
enforcement issue.
Then they'd have to pay the $7,800. All right, so if I may, the amendment to the motion is with a 2-year inspection on trees preserved on site and noted by, is that good?
Yeah, that's my amendment.
Okay. Okay, that's it, okay. Boy, this gets more complicated as the moments go on. Ms. Denny's.
No, this is real easy. Just we got to you got to either the amendment is on the floor right now.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're talking
Okay,
about.
so
Nothing else.
Okay, let's talk about the amendment then on the floor before we go back to the motion and the normal vote. Okay, the amendment on the floor is a 2-year inspection on trees preserved on site. And this is I don't know how you're going to recognize or note or tape or rope or something. We're going to know which ones these are. Okay, so they will be identified. Trees preserved on site identified. Okay, by the county, which department's going to identify these?
County Forester.
County Forester, thank you. Is that adequate?
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion, the amendment to the motion is on the floor. Ms. Denny's, do you wish to speak to the amendment on the floor?
no, my request is to the original
To the original?
motion. That's when I.
Is there anybody who wishes
Okay.
to speak to the amendment on the floor? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment for 2-year inspection on trees in a preserved on site as identified by the county forester, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried. Amendment is now part of the motion. Back to the original motion, Ms. Denny's.
The original motion,
As amended.
as amended. This is the rest of the story on this issue. I shouldn't have commented as early as I did, but here's my bigger issue, Council. This policy was set forth in the 80s, early 80s, and that's why we're having all this cleanup work, if you will. This is some policy debris, if you will. We need, it is, and that's where we stumble. I think what I would like to see us as a council do is have staff. I mean, we always set new policies, but when do we sunset anything and go back and review old policies that have run their day and need to be updated? This is a prime example of policy debris that needs to be readdressed. And not just by your department, but I think there's other departments. The manager, Mr. Deneen's not here. I'm going to.
We do have.
Okay. Well,
Says manager.
No, he's not here. Mr. Deneen is not in chambers. I'm going to ask, and I think it would be prudent for us as a council to ask each department to look at old policies, and start updating this and bringing us recommendations. Also, in presentations, we need to have the rest of the story, because had I not heard from the applicant about the trees after they owned it to do what they could to move about their property, we wouldn't have known. That wasn't disclosed to council. So we need to have the story, the whole story, nothing but the story, and everything that goes with it in these policy decisions, because I've changed my position based on the conversation I've heard and the input that I have heard. And I was not aware of that at the time, based on what I read here and what was presented to council, is how I made my motion. I'm going to change that, and I'm going to support them remove the tree removal with the caveat. Also, it says in here for the tree replacement, the amount would be $7,861.40. That is part of the agreement for this. So that is part of the original motion, correct?
No.
No.
Well, I'm going to amend it that it has to be, that they have to provide the required tree replacement. This is my motion amendment, as stated by staff.
That is part of the motion. The amendment is
You just said it wasn't.
to grant the tree permit. No, I thought you were talking about the $7,800. No, to grant the tree permit with a 2-year inspection on trees in preservation on site as
I have that,
identified.
Mr. Chair. That's
Yeah.
that's not what I said at all.
Okay.
This is a new amendment that states to the motion that the required tree replacement, the amount would be $7,861.40 for mitigation. Basically, we're looking for mitigation and preservation. That's part of it. And was that not also disclosed to the applicants that this would be an option?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this isn't a gotcha moment, this is full disclosure, right? That if council should agree to allow the tree to be removed, there has to be the required tree replacement of $7,861.40.
May I clarify that issue?
Yes.
Wait a minute until, if there's a second to that motion.
There has to be a second. Is there a second to the motion requiring a tree replacement equaling $7,800? Am I correct? Is that?
$7,861.40.
70, okay.
As stated.
As stated, $7,800 as stated. Okay, I do have a second by Mr. Wagner. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to ask this question here. And maybe my fuzzy brain doesn't get this. What is the difference between your motion and the 2-year inspection of trees on preservation site? Would that not equal the $7,800? Or are you actually talking about?
This is paid immediately. This is
Oh,
paid
this is
immediately
money
upon
paid.
removal.
Well, the ordinance requires, if I may, correct me if I'm wrong, it's an either or.
That's correct. I just wanted to clarify is that the applicant has 3 options. They can pay, they can plant, or they can preserve. What we're saying here with the motion, or the amendment to the motion, is they are going to go for preservation, and there's going to be a 2-year inspection process. At the end of that 2 years, if we inspect and the trees that they have preserved as mitigation are no longer there, then we would bring them back for violation of this approval, and then they would have to either pay or plant. If, however, after the 2-year time frame, the preservation is still in place, they are in compliance with the approval. If they chose not to preserve and if they chose not to plant, then they would have to pay the $7,800. And in regards to the exemption, I do apologize. We thought that we had covered it, and I apologize that we did not provide sufficient coverage in it. That is my fault, and I do apologize. It will not happen again. I apologize.
All right, so basically, they've gone with, council has motioned and amended for the preservation. What about the funding? Mr. Patterson, how would that work out? You being my parliamentarian here.
You're going to have to, you've got an amendment on the floor that's been seconded, so the motion has to be
Okay, we have
debated.
to debate it.
and
Okay.
and
Just
voted.
wanted to make sure. I was going down the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got enough. We're slowly dwindling away. All right, is there any other further discussion on the amendment to the motion requiring the tree replacement fund to, requiring the fee of $7,800 and change? Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Please, Mr. Patterson.
Well, I think there's 3 options. We've suggested the amendment that I offered was to, that passed, to go in and add this in there. I think there's 3 options that they have. They can either pay, or they can plant, or mitigate, or whatever. So I think, but it's almost like we're going to make them do both things instead of one of the 3. And I don't think that's fair.
I'll withdraw my motion, but I want
You
this
can't,
policy.
we still have to vote on it.
I want this policy cleaned up so bad.
Yeah.
Well,
This
I
is
think
not
on
gonna
council
happen.
time this afternoon, that this
Yeah.
is something we need to discuss.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, so, okay. And Mr. Wagner.
Just that I wanted to hear what Clay had to say about the clarification, so I'll vote it down. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's almost like we're forcing them to make a decision the way we want. I mean, it almost sounds to me like the ordinance says it's their option. You can either pay the fee, you can either plant the trees, or you can go into mitigation. And we're telling them, you're going to go into mitigation
Well, it sounds like that's what.
and pay a fee.
Let it go. She's already said she's withdrawing.
I know, I understand.
Vote it down. Let's move on and talk
Oh,
about it at the end
come
of the day.
on.
You guys talk way too much.
I'm going to need to
It's
pull
ama-
some.
it's
I'm going to
amazing
need
how
to pull
smart
some
he's gotten
recordings
in his
later.
last couple of months on the council.
Yeah, he's gotten a little.
Waiting for that one.
It's
for
a gestalt.
months.
Yeah. All those in favor of the amendment from Ms. Denny's requiring the. See, you got me all messed up here now. Requiring, I'm looking for a last name. Requiring the payment of $7,800 and change, please signify by aye. All those opposed? Aye. So the motion fails with a 5-0. Mr. Daniels vanished for a moment.
He's had enough.
So we're back on the man motion.
As amended.
As amendment. Which still brings back my point, my original point, but we'll discuss that. Thank you, sir. All righty. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion. All those in favor of the tree, granting the tree permit with the amendment of a 2-year inspection on trees preserved on site as identified by the county forester, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? So carried, so moved, 5-0. Mr. Daniels out of the room. You have your permit. Okay. Please, we need to get those things fixed. That was complicated. All right, we're moving up to item 4. Can I give,
This is my hotel bill.
okay. I'd like to take a sitting break, if we may, for a moment. 5-minute break. Is that okay? Good for you?
Yeah, but I'm getting up, but go ahead.
Well, you can get up and walk. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess here. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Boss of where I go.
some things. I bought
Tractor
golf cart.
Supply is
Sorry, it took a few minutes extra. We are back on the record, November 3rd, 2016, 11:16 a.m. Hurricane Matthew came through. Response and recovery update, Mr. Jim Deneen. He's in the back. So should we just go right to Mr. Jim Judge?
Do we have item 4?
Yeah, we're on item
Annette?
4, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped an item. Item 4, budget. See, I was trying to get
That's
past the budget.
Well,
I know, it's your favorite subject.
yeah.
All right, we're going to go back to item 4 then, which is budget resolution, allocation of funds for state housing initiatives program disaster strategy for, once again, Hurricane Matthew.
Just if I might introduce,
You may.
just real quick, to Peister. What we have for you today is an agenda item that's going to allow us to allocate some additional funds to help hurricane victims. Carmen Hall is here from Community Assistance. She's Donna Butler's right-hand person, along with Diana Phillips and her team. So she's going to walk through just a brief presentation to show you what we're going to be able to do with these additional funds. And we're also, what the budget resolution is relating to some additional money, we're also trying to secure from the state as well. So I'll let her have at it.
Right. Good morning, County Chair, members of the council. My name is Carmen Hall, Operations Manager for the Community Services Department. As discussed, we're going to go over a few bullet points of the disaster recovery plan for Hurricane Matthew as it relates to SHIP funding. As you know, SHIP funding is a grant that we receive from the state, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and it is specific for affordable housing. Due to Hurricane Matthew, we were able to implement our disaster recovery strategy as part of our local housing assistance plan. With this, we are also able to expedite our application and approval process to assist individual households, and we're able to access additional grant funding. Our disaster recovery in our local housing assistance plan allows us to provide repairs to eligible housing, and it also allows us to reimburse or pay insurance deductibles for eligible households. What it does not allow us to do is to provide reimbursement for repairs that have already been completed. We are going to request to use a current allocation of $500,000 in unencumbered SHIP funds towards this strategy, in addition to requesting $500,000 from the state for additional funding. We would like for the maximum award to be up to $20,000 in a grant award, and if all of the funding is received, we would be able to assist an additional 50 households at a minimum. To be eligible, a household must be at or below 120% of the area median income. This would mean for a family of 4, the annual gross income would need to be at or below $62,640. They also must occupy the home as their primary residence and own the home. They also, if they are requesting repairs, they had to have applied for assistance through FEMA first and exhausted that option before receiving assistance from us. Eligible housing units would be a single-family household, or we are also allowed to help manufactured homes if they were built in June of 1994 or after, and they are built on a site that is owned by the property owner or the homeowner. It could not be a rented site. The implementation plan is to work with community information to publicize the program. Also, we will have applications available online. We will work with the COAD agencies, and we'll work with the disaster recovery centers by providing information. And as of Monday at 9 a.m., we plan to have staff available at the centers. There is action that would be required by council in order to implement this program. The first action is to approve the budget resolution and also to approve an amendment to our local housing assistance plan, specifically in the disaster recovery strategy. We need our LHAPs to mirror each other and also to increase the grant award from $15,000 to $20,000 for the maximum award, and also to remove the one-time only assistance. It would only remove this requirement for the disaster recovery strategy. The one-time assistance would remain in the other strategies. Are there any questions?
No? Very well done, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, there is action required on this, either approval or disapproval. Do I hear a motion? Ms. Kuzak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would offer approval of the presentation as it relates to the SHIP funding.
All right, motion for approval? Second by Mr. Patterson. You still have the floor, Ms. Kuzak.
I just want to say that I've probably come full circle with SHIP. In the Florida legislature, we had many discussions on programs, a program called SHIP, and how we worked very hard to provide funding for SHIP. I know this is all related to having had such the catastrophic hurricane storm that hit us, but SHIP is a wonderful program, and it helps our most needy citizens. And I want it to be made known how much it means to Volusia County that we are in the position to be able to access these funding. It's a great opportunity, and it makes me feel very good, for I've had some real battles about funding for SHIP. And so this is one bright spot that I can say, even though it's happened at a bad time, it's still a very bright spot in that program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Deneen?
Just wanted to add, and I'm going to continue to do this, is that this is another example of where we're spending money to try and keep people from becoming homeless. That's exactly what this is, because some of these people, without this help, would end up losing their homes and not be able to stay in their homes because of the damage that's done. So this is all part of making sure that people don't become homeless. And so I'm happy that we were able to make this change, because I think it'll really directly benefit a good number of people.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor, budget resolution, allocation of funds for State Housing Initiative Program Disaster Strategy for Hurricane Matthew, expenditure from current SHIP funds, $500,000. Please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And so carried, 5-0. Mr. Daniels?
Ship has sailed.
Yeah, your ship has sailed. No, it hasn't sailed. We're still there.
Just a question, will this be maxed out? In other words, will this program be maxed out once the applications are in? You've hit a max capacity?
We would be able to continue accepting applications until, of course, we didn't have any funding available. Now, we do have the option, in addition to $500,000 of unencumbered SHIP funds, and then if we were to receive the full $500,000 from the state, if there was still an additional need, we do have the ability to move additional unencumbered funds to the strategy.
I love that word unencumbered in the budget. That's my new favorite word. As a fiscal conservative, unencumbered is the best word ever.
You betcha. It's hard to get to, though.
We are there, though, Mr. Manager.
Well, the only problem with the word unencumbered is that people want encumbered. That's been my experience.
It's the purpose. This is a perfect.
My mom used to say, "This is that money's burning a hole in your pocket." That's the same thing.
But you know, another really important piece of what you did here, what we as a council did, and the recommendation from staff was, we've increased the amount by 33%.
Correct.
Eligible to our citizens by increasing from $15,000 to $20,000. I think that says a lot too for supporting our citizens who are really struggling out there to get back to normal.
Correct. And quite frankly, these are, I really meant what I said. Quite frankly, these are a lot of people that without help, in some cases, they don't comply for FEMA, it doesn't work. These are people that have, in a lot of cases, have been struggling to make it and have finally made it. And now, these are the people that end up getting homeless and can't get out of the cycle because they lose what they have and then you demoralize people too. So this, I'm very pleased that we're able to do this, because this will keep people in homes who definitely, in my opinion, could become homeless if they don't get help. It's sort of like the thing we did this morning with the volunteers in the AmeriCorps. You had people that, because of their trailer got damaged or whatever, would be homeless if they didn't get a tarp and that until they can get it fixed maybe by FEMA, and they'd be out in the street.
Actually, some of them were in the street, but the street was right in front of their house because they didn't have anywhere else to go. In Oak Hill, we had people in the street just camping in front of their trailer. It's like, it was bad. But kind of segueing into that discussion, the next item up is item 5, Hurricane Matthew response and recovery update. Mr. Judge, tell us how well we're doing today.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, members of the council. Jim Judge, your Emergency Management Director. And the good news is that on Monday, we were able to get the Disaster Recovery Center up and operating, and it will continue to operate for at least the next month. And the operational hours are Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And Jeff did a great job of kind of capturing a great picture here of what the Disaster Recovery Center looks like. So far, the Disaster Recovery Center has assisted, as of yesterday evening, over 250 citizens. And some of the agencies that we do have at the Disaster Recovery Center, of course, are FEMA, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, United Way of Volusia and Flagler counties, of course, a Small Business Administration. Individuals can go get assistance with unemployment, the Elder Source, and then also what's called the Office of Economic Self-Sufficiency, which is essentially Health and Human Services in the Florida Department of Children and Families, American Red Cross, Salvation Army. So we've got quite a group out there to be able to assist our citizens. So far, individual assistance, last evening there were 14,509, and already this morning we've had an additional 200 have registered with FEMA, and over $4.1 million dispersed so far. But of course, going to the Disaster Recovery Center is if you have questions or if you have been denied. And so we continue to work with community information to remind residents that they can register with FEMA both online as well as by phone. From the Small Business Administration disaster loans, they've received 365 applications. 77 have been approved, with $1.7 million being approved, and we do have 24 that are pending right at this moment. Volunteer groups that are continuing to assist, of course, the AmeriCorps group are just wonderful and continue to be. American Red Cross, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We've got Embry-Riddle with the ROTC students. Literally, when the wind died down, the ROTC students with Embry-Riddle were out putting tarps up on buildings and roofs throughout Volusia County. The Florida United Methodist Church, as well as local United Methodist churches as well. Halifax Urban Ministries, Salvation Army, United Methodist Church of DeLand, and then also the United Way of Flagler in Volusia counties, and then of course Volunteer Florida. Another important step that we did have yesterday afternoon was the applicant briefing, and the applicant briefing is an important step along the way. We had the cities, the county, the airport, school board, our universities were all there because they're all part of the process to hear the process in which will take place and what they need to do to be ready for the what they call the kickoff meeting, which is when FEMA comes in and meets with each individual applicant to address their needs. The Citizen Information Center has continued through the past weekend and through this week. We do anticipate closing that down at 5 o'clock on Friday evening. However, we will have messaging on board for them to, anyone who does call that number, on where they can go to get information. And then we will pick it up with emergency management staff starting Monday morning so that we can relieve them of those duties. And again, they've received over 14,000 phone calls since the event began. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, what we're going to do is I'd like to bring up our debris team because it's such a large part of the recovery. And as John comes up, we'll talk a little bit about the last. We've had some big, significant increases here in the last week of our resources, and we'll go over what we've done in terms of equipment and debris reduction sites. I've asked our debris contractor, Ashbrit, will also speak a little bit to what they see up and down the entire East Coast, because both our debris contractor and our debris monitoring firm, Tetra Tech, are large national companies that do this all the time and are active in other places in the country right now as well. And so they have a lot of experience in this, and that's of course why we bring them in, and they've been extremely helpful. I can say Ashbrit's CEO and COO have been in town this week and making sure that we got the resources that we needed from their company. They also, and they'll speak to this, they also are doing some of the cities in our county as well, so they can speak a little bit kind of to a little larger picture than just Volusia County.
One of the reasons that we're having this update today is to keep the council informed. I think, as you all know, we've tried to keep you informed completely of the whole event. We're still considering ourselves going through the event. The one thing is that sometimes if you do something so well, that people can start to have the misimpression that, well, it's not as bad as we thought. This was the toughest storm we've faced. It did the worst damage you can imagine in comparison to every other storm we've had in the past in terms of vegetative destruction. Not counting a lot of the property that's been damaged. They're now starting to figure out how much damage there is. But there is so much material down and of a nature that I think a lot of people lose sight of how serious the problem is. And I will tell you, on a positive, so that's the negative. On the positive, and Ashbert will be able to really explain that better than me. On the positive, I want to point out, whether it started with the day of the storm or now, this cooperation between us and all the communities, together with all the contractors and the power companies, is unprecedented. In my entire career, I have never been, I am the most proudest of this in terms of cooperating together. So us, all the cities, all the volunteer agencies, the contractors, Ashbrit, all the power companies are still rowing in the same direction, still trying to make it work for everybody. I think it's made a big difference in this community. We still got a ways to go. And then after they get done with their part, then I thought I would make it clear so that the council, so that the people listening in can hear in terms of what the council wanted us to do for private roads. I thought we'd pull that out separately and talk about what we're doing with private roads and how that's going to work. With that, John?
John and Julie, Public Works Director. Good afternoon, or morning still, excuse me. All right, this slide, I've taken the presentation we provided to the council 2 weeks ago and updated with some new information. So some of this will be a little bit repetitious here. But, you know, the county's actual operation began immediately after the storm by the County Road and Bridge Division being sent out into the field to clear roads. They've got the roads, the major arterial roads in the county cleared, safe for travel. Within 72 hours of after the storm, after the conditions became safe enough for our crews to actually go out there. We've activated our 2 contractors, Tetra Tech, our debris monitoring agency, which will help us stay compliant and maximize our FEMA reimbursement, as well as our debris removal contractor, Ashbrit. And you'll hear from Ashbrit a little bit later in this presentation. One of the big issues that became apparent as the debris operations began rolling was the locations of our temporary debris management sites. The county had 2 temporary sites predetermined, one east side, one west side. They were very good locations. They're county properties. They're very easy for us to activate when needed. They serve a good purpose to stage large amounts of debris, as well as Tomoka is the final resting place for all the debris. But what we found on the east side of the county, because the east side county did get hit pretty hard as the storms languished off our coastline, the trees took a beating, lots of debris piled up, and for our debris contractor, Ashbrit, the turnaround time to get a debris truck through a neighborhood, fill it up, and then get it back to Tomoka was taking an exorbitant amount of time. So immediately started looking at additional sites to cut that turnaround time, which obviously will increase productivity. So we've added 3 new sites. We have one down in Oak Hill on Beacon Light Road. It's, again, a county property. It's our wastewater treatment plant. Very easy to permit. The debris is going into that site right now. We've got one in Holly Hill, where the city of Holly Hill graciously allowed us to participate and use their site, which was the old, I think it's the elementary school there in Holly Hill. And then we've opened one up on private land through the help of one of the developers of the land up there in Ormond, in the Ormond area, which has really created the production that we needed in that Halifax area up there, Halifax plantations and in those arenas. Generally speaking, Ashbrit picks up the debris. Tetra Tech, our monitor agency, has representatives on the ground with each of these trucks, and they're monitoring the debris. They keep track of all the debris that's collected. They produce reports for us daily, and as well as cumulatively. What we've, the county began its countywide pass October 17th. We project a first pass completion date around November 13th. The plan is to delay about a week before we start the second pass. That'll give residents an opportunity to go to the backyards, find any other eligible debris, storm-related debris, bring it out to the right-of-way. And then we'll begin our second pass. We anticipate that to be about a 20-day operation in itself. To date, we've picked up 276,000 cubic yards. To put that into perspective, I've used what comes in at the county landfill on an average daily basis. We receive 2,100 cubic yards a day in green debris at the landfill. Wow. So 276,000 is roughly, we've picked up 4 months of green debris in 21 days. Wow. Now, that's just unincorporated county. Now, you roll that out countywide, I venture to say we're probably approaching a year's worth of debris picked up in 21 days when you factor in all the cities.
I think people, we're what, 4 weeks out from the actual storm, as of, I guess, today, huh? And it is hard to believe how much material we have picked up and how much is out there and still out there.
And that's the key. We're looking probably overall countywide, some numbers are being thrown out there about 2 million cubic yards. So that's and again, trying to factor it into a number of days, that's 2.5 years worth of debris picked up. Probably do that in a 60 to 90 day window. So enormous amount of debris. This is one of a Tetra Tech. They're a key component to maximizing all reimbursement is tracking that debris. Now you see a static screen here. I'll see if Sue can activate this thing. But this is one of the tools that's being used locally here. And you can see the population of these points. These points indicate every eligible debris pile that's been picked up. They have handheld units that GPSs each of these sites. That goes into a database that's being recorded. They reconcile those points. If you would do it one more time for me. And data elements is required. Back one. Here we go. Oops. I'll lay my finger off of it and let you handle it. This is all the information that's collected in the database that will eventually produce the reports that we need to support FEMA reimbursement. So it's a very useful tool. It tracks the location of our vehicles as well as our monitors and our eligible debris. Oops, I hope I didn't go.
Is there a way to stop that or pause that at the end? I mean, it's great to show the little dots growing and all, but I mean, it gets right to the last dot and then it clears again. Is there a way to pause that?
This is just a snapshot in time. As this thing gets updated daily, as more debris piles are picked up and monitored, there should be able to stop it right there, and you can. Well, it's.
Or not.
Never mind. There we go.
Well, it's a good
it
try.
Doesn't like us.
A good try.
Not at the moment. We can't. Okay, but I appreciate the attempt. All right.
We're going to make everybody dizzy as we flip through these things.
Yeah,
back to the picture.
Let me.
We've already seen the whole presentation. Thank you very much.
One more. I'll put my thumb down. Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
Now this is just a snapshot of a pile of debris. This is actually in the Halifax Plantations area, and you can see the size of this debris on both sides of the road. It's certainly indicative of what's happened in Halifax. It happened in other locations. North Beach Street was a similar heavily impacted area. There's areas on the west side that had similar large trees just uprooted in people's yards, hauled out to the side of the road. These conditions, you can probably see a debris truck in the background there. are difficult situations. It doesn't take much debris here to load a truck up and then get them to make a run for the landfill or for a staging site. So it's a time-consuming process, and that's the message that we've tried to communicate to the public many times over. This is, in fact, a very time-consuming process. Now, pictures I showed you on the prior presentation showed power lines, showed very tight, restricted alleyways, sometimes single lanes worth of traffic. So, these crews are out there trying to deal with daily commuters, dealing with people getting to work, obviously, school children as well, power lines, not to mention the mailboxes and power poles and meter boxes that are underneath a lot of these piles of debris. So it does take time to pick this up, load it, haul it to the debris site, and then unload it. Now, what the county also did to help augment the debris removal process is we employed some of the same county crews that go out after that storm hit to clear the roadways. We formulated 4 crews. We had 16 vehicles deployed. These vehicles are obviously smaller than the ones that our debris contractor utilizes, so they can get into little tighter zones. Little areas, restricted access becomes a problem. These guys have been working for the past week. I think they're scheduled to continue working for the remainder of this week. It's just a nice crew that is dedicated to clean the right-of-way. They do a great job. They do get into those tight situations. They average about 900 cubic yards a day. They're doing the same process. Those trucks are placarded. They're eligible for FEMA reimbursement. They'll go to the debris sites. They'll be validated for cubic yards. They'll dump at those sites, and that debris will eventually get burned at those sites. Now, let me roll into introduce Ralph Dahlgren from Ashbrook. I'm going to ask him to come forward and kind of explain a little bit his operation and what's transpired over the past 2 weeks, as well as maybe, again, get a little national perspective of what this storm means in relation to the storms that the United States, across the states, have incurred over the recent time period, and what that means.
Good morning. Ralph Dahlgren, Senior Vice President with Ashbrook. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to provide an operational update on what's going on here in Volusia County. What you're looking at up there is we call a self-loading grapple truck. It holds approximately 100 yards of debris in it. We have 26 of those are what refers to as doubles, 38 actual trucks working in unincorporated Volusia County. If you put that in perspective of a regular dump truck, those are between 12 and 15 cubic yards, so these are significantly larger. I'm sure you've seen those out on the roads throughout the last couple of weeks. Our team is operating 7 days a week, sun up to sundown. We have to take a day off in that regard, and that's usually how we operate. Yesterday, these trucks collected over 23,000 cubic yards in unincorporated Volusia County. To date, I think as John already shared, we collected almost 208,000 cubic yards in the unincorporated area. In addition to the county, Ashbrook supports 6 cities in Volusia County. We're actually operating 71 trucks in the county overall and managing 7 debris management sites where the debris is reduced via either incineration or grinding. Excuse me. To date, we have collected over 775,000 cubic yards in the county overall. Pretty significant amount of debris. I have it, I'm sorry. Oh boy. No. Yeah, this is not an Ashbrook map. This is a FEMA map. It comes from the daily operations briefing. And to kind of put the storm in perspective, as you can see, South Florida all the way through North Carolina was impacted by Hurricane Matthew. We're actually operating as far south as West Palm Beach and as far north as Charleston County. We're operating in St. Johns County, Nassau County, Martin County, half of Brevard County. So this storm, in addition to what you can see is the Louisiana flooding, which impacted not only Louisiana, but the flooding in Texas. In addition to the work in California, which is not reflected here, they have a pine bark beetle issue out there, very significant, as well as some firestorms that were very strenuous on the specialized equipment available in the area. So this was a very difficult situation. We're very proud of the response we provided to the county, And I thank you for allowing me to provide this update today.
I thought it was an interesting map to show just all those counties that are colored there, they're having some sort of an issue that FEMA's involved with. So, just, again, the timing of things can mean a lot. And I think Ralph and I had talked, I mean, I think they were dealing with 100,000 homes that are flooded in the Baton Rouge area alone. So, and then we know what happened to the north and the Carolinas, similar type damage, smaller cities than that. But again, as a community, we didn't have to deal with flooding this time. I know in 2004 we had some minor flooding, but those kind of events, when you add into the vegetative and everything, it's a whole nother scale. So we are very fortunate that what we're dealing with really is a vegetative debris pickup at this time.
The other thing is, can you explain the stars on that map?
The stars, I can't read what it says they are.
I think they're state capitals.
Yeah, they look to be, yeah, they're all the capitals.
Oh, state capitals.
Yeah.
Just to put it in perspective.
They're, yeah, they're
No,
identified.
that's not the state. Tallahassee? You see Tallahassee on
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
there? Mm.
Yeah, the colored, and then the, what you have are the gold colored counties are where there's been a declared FEMA emergency. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all emergencies.
Yep.
But the real key here, and I'm not sure a lot of people understand this in case of our response, and the cities too, was the fact that you can't wait till it happens to respond. And so the contracts that we have with Ashbridge and what the cities had done was you already did all this ahead of time, made sure that you had people that had substantial resources to be able to respond. You also put bonds on people, because now not only do people try to rob each other of equipment, they start to rob each other by price. So while we bid and paid $12 a yard, there are people offering $20 a yard, and so people will pick up their equipment and leave. That is why one of the most important things, and I think the council's been asked this before, why do you look and get a big national firm? One, because they have the horsepower to respond, and two, because we can hold them here with bonds and hold the price so that you're not taken advantage of on one side of the coin, or you're not being left in the dark. We actually had one of our cities we helped out that actually had someone as a separate contractor, subcontractor, that just pulled that. Basically got bought up because they can make more money in North Carolina. So it's not just us. I think the cities did a good job doing the same thing, or you'd have a disaster on your hands, because what you really get, it's one thing if the impact happens to you, but where it's skirted all along the coast, now you've created a demand all the way along the East Coast. And there's only so much trucks and so much manpower to do it.
And not only did it happen to a small city, at least in the case of the Department of Transportation, they had to remove their contractor. Their contractor failed. So that's an issue we're dealing with right now as we speak, that they're having to pull together teams of their maintenance outfits from all over the state to bring them in. We're hoping, and I guess they're also trying to activate another contractor, but lots of luck, because they're all, as you see, up and down the coast, they're very active. Hopefully what they'll be able to do is what we're doing is, as some of these lesser hit counties are getting cleaned up, they can get some of those resources.
The other thing they always talk to us too is about how fast you move. We started before the winds died down. Everybody was out there trying to restore power and trying to open up the streets. The other thing was we moved ahead with FEMA. We've been arguing with FEMA, and they responded to try and get static sites here that people can get help, and they've declared us an emergency so that we can get help to people. But their debris people weren't able to get here till this week. So we've already had 3 weeks in of collecting debris without FEMA inspectors being here, making sure we follow the rules so we don't get in trouble. But the fact of the matter is, we did not wait. We did not wait till FEMA got on site with their people to us to start. So we started before they were actually available. And what their argument is, they don't have the resources either.
And to echo Mr. Deneen's comment about that, that's really, to kind of pat the fact that we've got some good contractors working for us, and we have some skilled folks within the county staff that's been through these events before. So they know, from the accounting side, as from the public works side, we've been through a few of these events. We know some of the processes. Granted, it's been 12 years ago since we've had a major hurricane, but the FEMA process, leaves lasting memories in what you need to do to stay eligible for your debris. So, preaching eligibility, preaching documentation, preaching record keeping is critical, because these folks do, as they come in 3 weeks after the fact, and you hope to heaven that you've done your job right, so that's 3 weeks worth of effort you're going to get reimbursed for. And having skilled staff, experienced staff, and contractors backing you up on that process will really maximize that.
Plus, I know this council will concur with what I'm about to say, and that is, everybody wants us cleaned up, and we'll do what's humanly possible. But once it's all cleaned up, the only thing anybody will care about then is the money, on how much it cost. And if we're not prepared, you're going to end up shouldering it all yourself on taxpayers, property taxpayers here, and that's not right. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to make sure that we've done it correctly, so we get 75% from FEMA and 12.5% from the state.
And hopefully with our debris management.
Or more.
Yeah, or more. That's the debris management plan that we have has been approved by FEMA, so it makes us eligible for a few more percentage points that will help, again, maximize our reimbursement and minimize our actual costs, out-of-pocket costs. Now, in your presentation, you have a picture of a static picture of a debris site at the Tomoka landfill. This is a flyover. Maybe I can, no, I can't do it from here either. If you can hit that. I had Jeff Crumley fly over the Tomoka landfill, temporary debris site. As you come in the entrance road, you can start seeing piles in the foreground there. These are debris piles picked up. The first one right in the center is actually a pile of, I think that's the Volusia County pile. This site supports the city of South Daytona and the city of Port Orange as well. You can see the burn pits there, 2 of them on either side of the large pile. That debris comes in, it's stacked. You see the debris trucks down in the lower left corner there that are being unloaded. You can see some loaders up top. That debris stacked. It eventually makes itself into that burn pit. It's an air curtain burner. It blows air in there, burns that debris extremely hot, minimizes all smoke. It almost looks sinister. I was looking at that picture last night, and you look at the eyes and the mouth, and you say, that is a sinister looking beast that you're looking at. That thing will eat a lot of green debris right there.
A lot of things can disappear there.
That's, I don't know if that was intentional, but it is an awesome picture.
We've been asked sometimes why we burn versus mulching. Want to remind, we mulch all the time at the landfill and the transfer station, so we have a big pile. That's how we deal with it normally through the year. There's such a large amount of this, we want to take it down to its smallest component, to ash. We will be doing some mulching, grinding at the Holly Hill location, because that's so urban in and around that area. But for the most part, we prefer the reduction all the way to ash, because when you're done, these communities that do a lot of mulching, they still have a big pile of mulch, and what are you going to do with it? And I've been asking, there's stuff about community gardens and things. This mulch is not nice mulch. I mean, remember how they're picking it up and where they're picking it up. The guys that work in this all the time, they have to almost get a resistance to poison ivy and things. I mean, you have literally everything green ground up in it, and so it's not nice. And if they see in those big claws, if they pick up a bottle or something like that, you're not going to know. It's not clean enough to really do that. So it's used out in our landfill. We use the mulch year round as cover. It's every night. People don't realize the garbage that's out there has to be covered before we leave. So we cover it with a mixture of dirt and mulch, and then the next day new layers of garbage come in. So we have a use for it at the levels that we normally grind, but we would not have a use if we turn that big mountain out there into a mountain of mulch. So sometimes people, these guys, Ashbrit and Tetra Tech have experience. Sometimes, it can go to, well, people will take it for other various industrial uses, but there's no value, because right now, literally, the country has a glut of mulch because of what's happened. So it's valueless, really, at this time. So what we want to do is get stuff down to ash, and then we'll take care of that there at our landfill, much smaller volume.
Of course, this is just one of our debris sites. We have 5. Now, they're not all quite as busy as this one. This one actually has tailed off in terms of its quantity being received because of the sites that we have open now in the Ormond Beach area as well as in the Holly Hill area. The C and D debris that you don't see here, this is just vegetation. There are C and D piles out there, the wooden fences and deck boards and things like that. That will come through to the landfill, to Tomoka, and that will go on our Class 3 hill. That will be crushed and eventually buried. That will not be recycled through this mulching process. The carcinogens and things that could be in that are not something that we want to burn. Getting to a topic that Mr. Deneen brought up later, or in his opening comments about private roads. As the disaster declaration provided not only Category A, but eventually provided us the remainder of the categories of assistance, public assistance. So that's good news for a lot of our other facilities. But this being just dealing with debris, the debris that we can only remove from is that debris that exists on public property, our county roads and right-of-ways, things of canals, parks, etc. It does not include private property, going on to private roads, entering into HOAs, commercial properties, to remove debris from those situations. I can tell you that our legal department has been very diligently working, interpreting FEMA guidances, providing the requisite documentation so that we can obtain a waiver from the state and from the federal government that will allow us to enter into these HOA roads and hopefully allow us to get these private, I call them unorganized. I think the federal government refers to them as unorganized, meaning they're not organized under an HOA or a mobile home park association. These are roughly 400 or 500 miles of roads that are sitting out there with maybe, they're not long driveways. We won't be servicing folks like that, but they will have roads where the property owners own up to the center of the road. They're private roads, areas that we don't provide maintenance on. So hopefully through the waiver process, we'll be able to provide assistance there. The proposal that we're looking at is offering a one-pass opportunity to these residents to get the debris out on the road. The county would come in, again, depending upon the discussions this morning, as well as what our waiver, if our waiver's been received, receptive to the state and the federal government. Our plan would be to offer that one pass beginning Monday, November 14th. We'll do a well-communicated press releases on that. Certainly we get a lot of calls routinely about private roads, but they'll be well communicated to give residents an opportunity to get their debris out there.
Yeah, and what we'd like to say basically is on this, you need to have it out there by that date, because it will be a one-pass situation. So we'll begin, depending on the outcome of today, discussions, but the plan would be to come and have it all out there by November 14th. That we would, this really is considered the end of our first pass. That's important in FEMA world. They want you to do it if you're going to do it, because remember the reason we're doing it is because of health and safety issues, and it's important to note that. And so we would propose to start on the 14th.
And here's what we're going to have to do. To do that, Dan can speak this better than I can. He's drafted an emergency ordinance that we're going to use. It's not as laborious as I think FEMA would like to see us do it. They would like us to do go house to house. I am not recommending that. We're going to try and use the ordinance. We're going to try and make the case that we should get paid. This is the amount of money, as the council knows, that you put at risk, which was the emergency funds in the MSD. We'll need, because there's there's one person missing for this to pass. It's going to have to be unanimous by the council that we have here, the 6 members. As George said, if you go ahead with that today, pass the ordinance, we'll publicize this November 14th as the beginning date. Like I said, 1 pass, because that's all the risk we can take on the fund if we don't get paid. I really do believe that we'll make a good case, and hopefully we'll get paid. Now, this goes to there's approximately 500 miles of road that are private. About 100 of that, though, is in HOA. So what they're talking about on the unorganized is about 400. We'll use the ordinance for that. The ordinance specifies, though, that we will go to the ones that are organized, HOAs and trailer parks, and we will get whatever the body is that represents that group to sign off on the waiver that allows us to come in. We'll try to cover them the same way, 1 pass. We'll coordinate with them directly on their date, because you're coming into that organized community. But clearly, we believe that you have to get the waiver for them, especially the nature of the equipment we have. We not only does FEMA not want to be liable, we cannot afford to take a chance in terms of our liability of that equipment on those roads with some damage claims coming for miscellaneous issues, everything from road damage to knocking over mailboxes. So the bottom line is that, and what we want, the other thing out for the council is that once their HOA signs off, then we want the HOA to notify those residents how this is going to work within the confines of that community. And if they have a concern, they probably need to go through the HOA. So if Dan can speak to the ordinance, and then once we do that, you've gotten the update for today, and we will move ahead. We can now advertise when we will have the first pass done through all the streets, except for the private roads, and now we have a date when we'll start that private road collection. Dan?
Mr. Chair, the ordinance is before you, has been prepared by Elizabeth Murphy of our office. I can speak to it, though, in general terms, and she's been having the interface with FEMA and is probably more conversant with some aspects of this. Take a step back, FEMA reimburses, they're a payer of last resort, not unlike other federal programs. So that is why you're looking to the homeowners associations. They have to provide proof that they do not have adequate and available insurance, because FEMA assumes that if homeowners association and trailer parks as commercial entities are going to have the insurance. So that's for the remainder of the county, the 400 miles, FEMA. This is perhaps an unusual situation. We have both urban and suburban and rural areas. The normal requirement would be that, for example, in a subdivision nearby me, which I think has 10 lots of 2.5 acres or greater, that you would have to go door by door and get the consent, and if somebody happens to be gone or somebody declines consent, you wouldn't be able to go in. FEMA has provided guidance such that if you pass this ordinance and provide a right of entry to the private roads, which I think you have the authority to do, and I think the implicit authority for emergency services otherwise exists, that you would be providing this right of entry, but FEMA also requires that you have a legal obligation to do so. Now, Florida law is clear that you have the authority to go onto private property for the health, safety, welfare, to collect debris, but you do not otherwise have the obligation. So by this ordinance, you're assuming the responsibility because of the harm that can come from a collection of debris, pests, disease, traffic concerns, fire, and the like, that could exist if the debris sits there uncollected. And because the danger exists on both public and private roads, you are by this ordinance assuming a responsibility to go onto the private roads and to collect the debris, a responsibility that otherwise you would not have. So if the kind of windshield estimates that were presented to you last meeting, and I don't think which have varied thus far because we don't have better data, but that there's about $2 million worth of cost to do that. That's a significant undertaking on the part of the county council to do so. This puts you into a position to have reimbursement of potentially of 87.5 or 90% of that. So there is a cost that you're undertaking of a minimum of at least a certain amount, 10 to 12.5% of that $2 million. That's the policy issue before you. I think you have the ability to do this. You're saying that for the public health and safety of the county, that you're entering onto the private roads. You do that for otherwise for solid waste purposes anyway, and you've provided that by, for the most part, by ordinance since 1989, and you have other public safety vehicles go onto these private roads. But you are assuming a cost which otherwise would not be necessarily that of the county because of the widespread nature of it. So after all the recitals, and I think you would find those of interest when you have the opportunity to review it, because it reflects a significant effort on the part of your staff and on part of FEMA to put us in a situation where this might provide the opportunity for reimbursement. But the core of the ordinance is that you're assuming this responsibility except for homeowners associations, subdivisions having homeowners associations and mobile home parks for which there is insurance. You're not assuming the responsibility there. And you're providing a right of entry on all the private roads in the county for the county, its contractors, and FEMA representatives. But you're not going to exercise that right of entry in those same homeowners association subdivisions and trailer parks unless there is a right of entry, a release, and identification that's in a form acceptable to FEMA. So it puts you in a position to get the reimbursement. It doesn't guarantee it. Because the nature of an emergency ordinance is that if you pass it by a 4/5 vote of the entire council, it dispenses with the normal notice requirements. And obviously, you're dealing with an emergency situation, so it is the finding of the use of an emergency ordinance is highly appropriate. Is there any questions? Yeah. If I can't handle them, Elizabeth might.
Okay, I don't see any. So basically what we're going to need is going to need a motion and a second for this item.
The ordinance number
is 2016-18.
And relating to post-disaster recovery from Hurricane Matthew, providing for temporary authority and responsibility to enter private property and remove disaster-related vegetative debris.
That's right, and providing an effective date.
Yes, sir.
So, is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the document for the emergency ordinance for
Ordinance 2016-18.
2016-18. Move approval.
Motion for approval of ordinance 2016-18. Do I hear a second? I hear I hear a second, a third, and a fourth. Okay, we're all there on that one. Okay, further discussion.
We need to name who the second is, please.
I'm gonna throw it to Miss Cusack over there. I had a choice of 6, so we'll let Miss Cusack sound like she was in the first moment. All right, All those in favor of ordinance 2016-18, an emergency ordinance of the County Council of the County of Volusia, Florida, relating to post-disaster recovery from Hurricane Matthew, providing for temporary authority and responsibility to enter private property to remove disaster-related vegetative debris and providing an effective date. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed, so carried unanimous, 6-0. Okay, we are good on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Judge and Mr. Eckert. All right, we will now move on to the legislative update. And you're going to take this one, Rick?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Rick Carl, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. We're here today with our favorite person, Jim Cameron. Chamber.
Hold on, Rick.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to wait for the chambers to clear. Sorry, sir. You have the floor again.
Here with our favorite person, Jim Cameron, Government Affairs of the Chamber. He's always here to support us. Thank you, Jim. Arlene Smith, our legislative coordinator, and Robert Stewart, our representing Gray Robinson, our state lobbyist, rather. Sorry. We are here just to get your approval of the this current legislative agenda. It's been evolved over time. It should be no surprises. That is the ask here. If there's any questions, Arlene and the team, we can get into them. What I would request is let Robert come up and give us a quick update. And then if you have any questions about this agenda, it will change over time. This is where we are at the moment. Once we get the new legislature and seated, we all bow our head and pray that this election will be over soon. But once the election is over, then things will develop, the bills will be filed, and we'll be back updating this with you.
What you're saying is everybody's praying a whole lot more.
I'm going to let the eloquent Mr. Stewart come up here and handle that one.
Thank you, Rick, and good morning, Chairman and Council. Robert Stewart from the Gray Robinson Law Firm, 301 East Pine Street in Orlando. Great to be with you. Yeah, today the hope is that the Council would adopt the initial agenda, knowing that as circumstances change in Tallahassee, once we have a chance to see sort of what the elections tell us, or give us, I should say, what the committee assignments look like, what the priorities are that begin to take shape in Tallahassee, that we can then be malleable to meet those and make sure that we can be as successful as possible. But having a baseline to start with is sort of why we're here today. I will give one short bit of information, and that is that the Senate President in particular, has come out with sort of his two main priorities. The governor, of course, has listed his, but they're not quite as specific yet. Just 2 weeks ago, the state agencies were required to submit to the governor's office their legislative budget requests. The governor then takes those into account as he forms his proposed budget, which will be released shortly after the January revenue estimating conference meets to tell how much revenue we had from the previous quarter. So sometime in mid-January, early February at the latest is usually when the governor's budget will typically come out. The legislature then meets in March and April and takes all of that into account. The governor's recommended budget, the legislative budget request from the state agencies, the revenue estimates that are available, and begins to formulate their budgets. House and Senate, as you know, formulate them separately, and then they meet in conference, if everything goes according to plan, and pass the budget by the end of the legislative session. The governor has again put out so far the $85 million for Enterprise Florida that he wants as a main priority. The House remains steadfastly against those types of incentives like they were last year, and the House views that, to use the incoming speaker's words, not as a point of negotiation but a point of principle. It's not a, hey, maybe this is something we can give on. It's for this particular incoming speaker, it's non-negotiable. And so that'll be an interesting topic that begins to take shape as the legislature meets. The governor has also listed things like septic tank abatement as a priority. He has not outlined that yet, and what that looks like. We'll learn more as the months go by, but that's something where we might want to be very involved in that priority, given some of the priorities of this county. The Senate President-designate Joe Negron has listed two things that he wants to see as his top priorities over the next 2 years, and that's $1 billion more for higher education and $1 billion for Lake Okeechobee to purchase the necessary land to allow for the outflow and hopefully stop the blooms that we saw in South Florida, both on the east and the west side of Lake Okeechobee in the future, sort of a mitigation factor. So all of those things, and the House has really only released the priority of reducing government, cutting spending, getting into a place of smaller government. And so you have 3 very different agendas that will have to meet. And we deal with this every single year at varying levels, but there will be some prioritizing of priorities once we get into the legislative session. So with that, I would ask that if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. And we look forward to working with you over the next several months as we get ready for the legislative session beginning the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Okay. This is an action item. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the legislative agenda for 2017.
Motion for approval of legislative agenda for 2017. Do I hear a second? Okay, we have a couple of seconds. I'll give this one to Ms. Denny's this time. Okay, further discussion.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that this is a moving document. It will have to be changed as
we go.
We go through the process, because I know we have a couple of fiscal issues on there, but I think we need to work on some other things. And I know Senator Latvala will be coming into Volusia County, and we're going to show him around a little bit.
Cool beans. Okay. No further discussion. All those in favor of the 2017 state legislative agenda, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. And so carried. Okay, we will move on now to scoot on down here. I'm going to give the floor to, let's see, where are we at here? Okay, we're on 23A. We're going to move on over there. Ms. Denny's. Item 23 is the appointment for Children and Families Advisory Board.
Excuse me, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to nominate CFAB. This is Maria Mills Benet for appointment to the Children and Families Advisory Board.
Okay, nomination of Maria Mills Benet by Ms. Denny's to the Children and Families Advisory Board. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. So carried. Mr. Wagner?
For continuance.
I was just going to say, you need to ask for a continuance. A continuance has been asked. Do I hear a second? Thank you, Ms. Cusack. Motion for a continuance for Mr. Wagner. Please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So carried. 23B. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Jamie Dudley for the SEVA Board of Directors. Mr. Dudley is the incoming manager to the new hotel going up Beachside, Oceanside, New Smyrna Beach, and I think he will serve very well.
Okay. All right. Nomination for Jamie Dudley to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. Motion made by Ms. Denny's. All those in favor, please signify by aye. And all those opposed. So carried. Unanimous. Both those were 6-0. Thank you. Okay. Is there any other matters that need to come before this council?
Yes, sir, I have a public participation.
I was just going to go there. We do have public participation, and we'll take this before we go to our executive session, and before we do closing comments. This is from...
Here.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we going to do our closing
Yes, ma'am.
remarks
Yes.
prior to the executive session?
Yes, ma'am, unless you would like to do it after.
No, I just want to be clear that we're going
Mhm.
to take care of the business here before we go into executive session.
Yeah, we do our public participation, and then we're going to go to council discussion, then we'll go to our,
Agenda doesn't address that.
no, it does not. It's at our pleasure. And so you say, and so it shall be.
I state.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Jason L. Har Esquire. Come on up. Okay. And I know you have a client with you. Okay. Now, if your client wishes to speak, she needs to fill out a yellow form. If she doesn't want to speak, she can just sit there. And,
That would be up to the pleasure of the council. If the council has plenty
it
questions
is,
for her.
this is public participation. It is her decision.
She probably won't speak.
I see that. She's sitting there.
Familiar
She's
with
gonna.
me, know I have a pretty big mouth.
I'm not familiar with you yet, but I'm sure I will be in the next 3.5
The
minutes.
first time we met was in an elevator in the City Island courthouse. You
Was
were
that you?
Hatted.
Oh. All right, where's my gavel? Let me read this before you.
Your finger may have it.
All right, before you go any further, I have to read this public participation. And
Oh, yes.
while you're there, pull those microphones down to you so we can hear you. All right, Volusia County Council welcomes your involvement and is interested in hearing your comments. Please complete a public participation slip and indicate in the subject line the issue you wish to address. You may use the back if you have to. After you're recognized, please state your name and address for the record before beginning your comments. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak during this public participation. The County Council does not necessarily answer questions or requests during the public participation, so please be courteous, respectful of the views of others. Personal attacks on council members, county staff, or members of the public will not be tolerated. Sir, may we have your name and address for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Jason Har of the Har Law Firm, 517 South Ridgewood Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida, 32114.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
My client is Ms. Heather Hart. Ms. Heather Hart lives on the Ocean Shore Condominium Complex. She has had in the past a therapeutic potbelly pig that has provided her with significant psychological benefit as determined by her licensed counselor. Unfortunately, code enforcement says that the county does not recognize a potbelly pig as a service animal. Therefore, they have continued to issue fines and notices, which we did appear in front of them, and they, because we want to go through the proper administrative channels before coming to the council, they instructed us that we needed to come to you. Unfortunately, we do have a charter, and in all candor to this committee, the charter specifically defines what constitutes a service animal, a dog or a miniature horse, which has felines up in arms and paws. That being said, unfortunately, the charter, and we kind of going back through this, some things may need to be cleaned up, as Mrs. Dennis has said, conflicts with the Federal Fair Housing Act, which doesn't define a service animal as specifically a dog or a small horse. So what we are asking for is that the council take action on this and allow for my client, Ms. Hart, to keep this animal on the property. The good news is, and we've been talking about HOAs in the last, or second to last presentation, they are in concert with the Federal Fair Housing Act. They agree that if the council okays it, they're fine with it because they think it'd be a federal violation if they weren't. So we're not running to any courthouses here, and we're not trying to do that, and we're just simply trying to kindly request that this council allow for this service animal. Now, I do have the medical record. I'm not trying to, but I don't want to cause any HIPAA violations here. But rest assured, this animal absolutely benefits my client. She has a picture with the animal. It's not what we might picture as a 300-pound monstrosity that's living. It's a lap potbelly pig. I mean, it sits on her lap. You can pull it up on the cell phone so we can show the council, and do it quickly because we have 26 seconds. It's like being in front of the 5th DCA.
Just keep speaking while she does that.
So we
ma'am, hold it.
Sorry. Yeah, take it over there.
All right, I'm going to allow you a few extra seconds.
Thank you. So we kindly request that the council take action on this and allow her to keep this potbelly pig, this therapeutic service animal. As you can see, the animal's name is Bitz, B-I-T-Z. Yes. No, like two. Oh, I thought it was like 2 bits. But, and we kindly ask the council to allow for this. Thank you. And I can answer any questions that anyone has.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
There he is. Show the one with him on your lap.
Little bit. And that's.
There he is.
I just heard an awe.
So he looks like a medium-sized dog. But as you can see from the picture.
With short legs?
With very short legs.
Okay.
Like a
No,
medium-sized Dachshund, maybe. But,
medium-sized
sorry. Thank you, council members, and for allowing us to appear sort of out of order here and for considering this.
Well, thank you, sir. I will tell you, these little pigs, they don't grow that big. They're not like a big hog that you'd eat. Those things keep growing and growing and growing. They never, you stop. How much does your pig weigh, ma'am? Please, to the microphone so we get you on the record.
My name is Heather Hart, 1510 Ocean Shore Boulevard, number 302. She's between 80 and 100 pounds right now because she's in a foster home, and she's been there since the end of July, and she's been eating their dog food. So she's not on the diet I had her on.
In order to comply with the Code Enforcement Board, the animal has been kept off the property. In order to comply with code enforcement for the county, the animal has been kept off the property.
You live in a condo, correct?
Yes.
And they don't have, the condo association has no problem with those piggy going up the elevator.
I'm on the first floor,
Oh,
and
okay.
the condo president they're fine with it, and my landlord's fine with it. I have written permission from both.
I think it's cool. I mean, it's just.
What is a pig?
We don't have letters of approval from anybody, guys, just saying. We have verbals, we have nothing in
Yeah,
writing.
because
We have nothing in writing.
The letter would be hearsay. Because it would be unauthenticated for you. And we don't want to skirt those kind of rules.
Okay, so this. Oh, jeez.
Scared the crap out of him, man. Talking about pigs, he gets jumpy, this whole farming thing.
Mr. Deneen has snuck up on me too at a time or two.
Excuse me. Ooh. I was actually looking at Miss Denny here, and he comes sneaking up on me. So I know you guys worked on it for 3.5 years.
To address Ms. Denny's concern, I mean,
Okay.
I have a letter from the licensed counselor, but it goes into all the diagnosed conditions that Ms. Hart has.
Okay.
But if that's the pleasure of the council, sorry.
Okay, let's go ahead and have a seat. And this is going to take us some deliberations. Number one, we'll have to get the letters, and we're not going to have to deal. They're not going to want to deal with it today, so we're going to do some research. Do you want to talk with them, Ms. Jamie? Outside of chambers or on the record? How would you like to deal with it?
Well, this was a full code enforcement case, and it did come from a complaint from the condo association. So the code board did not just come out of this out of nowhere. And today is the first day that we have heard anything that would indicate that the condo association is fine. The second thing is that at the time of the hearing, Mr. Haar did state that this was a therapy pig. However, no evidence was presented to the Code Enforcement Board. The Code Enforcement Board issued an order of no compliance but no fine against the property owner. The petitioner here before you today is a renter, not the property owner. And when you're dealing with code enforcement, you do deal with the property owner. The Fair Housing Act does allow for therapy animals, but as of this date, the county has not been provided with any information that this is a verified therapy animal. Had the code enforcement staff been given information that it was a verified therapy animal, then the case would not have been moved forward to the code board. What was provided was a letter that was printed off the internet from a doctor of veterinary medicine in Seattle, Washington, saying that local governments should get ahead of the issue and change their codes to allow for them. There is a Southern District case that we have had, and the code enforcement staff has been advised that if there is verified documentation from a medical doctor or medical therapist stating that it is a therapy animal under the Fair Housing Act, they would not bring the case. So if there is such evidence, I would suggest that Mr. Haar work directly with Mr. Irvin, who is the Director of Growth and Resource Management. But if someone from the condo association files a complaint, that is a separate issue with them that, we would not have seen this any other way. Now, this case was heard in August, and we have not heard a word from Mr. Haar or from the petitioner since August when this case was heard. They didn't come to county staff. They didn't come talk to Mike Nelson. They didn't come talk to Mr. Irvin to see if there was some other way to resolve this. So I would ask them to please talk to the county staff, and if they have the evidence, then there will not be an issue, and the case will not be brought forward.
So you understand, talk with Mr. Irving, and he will, no, you just get all your paperwork together and make sure he's got it, and they'll work with that.
I would like a copy of the attorney's comments because there were significant
Sir.
She wasn't at that.
One moment, sir. The record will stand. You can get a copy of the minutes of this record from the county staff. It'll be posted in 2 weeks, roughly 2 weeks. You just have to call them and we'll get you a copy of her comments. It'll be online.
Mr. Davis, excuse me, the audio will be online after the meeting.
There you go. The audio will be online after the meeting. If you want a printed copy, it's going to take a couple weeks because we got to have somebody type it. And we talk a lot here. Okay. So, Mr. Irving, if you would get with him, take care of it. Thank you, sir. All right. With that, we will move on to Mr. Daniels. Funny, you're first up and you have your light on. And Ms. Kuzak, you have your light on? Is that? I'm sorry. Yeah, closing comments, Mr. Daniels. Let's move on so we can get to our wonderful meeting.
Okay, I do have a couple. One of them is I went over to the Central Florida Leadership Congress this last week, week before last. And what it pointed out to me is we really do need to join this organization and take it a lot more seriously. We don't have nearly enough participation in there, and these people are making decisions that affect us, and we're not there. For economic development, for instance, we are the member, but Keith is the one who goes and attends the meetings. That's just not good. It's good for him to be there, certainly, but we should be there too. We need to know what it is they're doing, what their plans are, and what their plans are for us, because they're planning the entire region, including us. There is, on a positive side, they've got a bid in for the 2019 World Chamber Congress. Apparently there's going to be 4,000 or 5,000 business leaders from around the world there. And apparently to engage in business in most countries, you have to be in the chamber. And so these people would be the top executives of major companies throughout the world. This would not be a low-level organization. This would be something we would want to participate in and be a part of. The next thing is, it may explain Mr. Patterson's surprise when he goes over to Sunrail meetings, and things seem to have been decided. They have the Central Florida Task Force on Transportation that's planning the transportation network for Central Florida, including Volusia County. And they would, I'm sure, love to have Volusia County participation. They just don't. We need to be at the table for these kinds of things because planning is going on and we're not part of it. The other thing that they're doing is they've got a Florida 2030 plan going, which is going to be the economic development plan for Central Florida. And again, we need to be at the table and be part of that. Later on this month, they're going to be coming over to Volusia County, and there's going to be some sort of meeting that is being coordinated by the Daytona Beach Chamber, some sort of town hall meeting on what we want for economic development. I am not sure that, what I am sure of is that, you know, the chamber typically does not spend a lot of time on that issue. It is something that we need to be more involved in, and perhaps Team Volusia needs to be involved in than just the chamber. The other thing is you know, they are merging the Central Florida Partnership and EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, which means that by virtue of being in Central Florida Partnership, we will have some membership in that organization, and we probably ought to take a look at that and see what that means for us. And we don't need to leave these things to Team Volusia. We don't need to leave these things to the chamber. We need to be part of it. And I would really, I'm not going to be here, but I would really encourage my fellow council members to get on these committees and start attending, because they're making decisions, they're moving forward. These people are smart and motivated, and they're doing things, and we're not there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Denny's.
Wow, I second that, Mr. Daniels. Thanks for sharing that. Seriously, thank you. I just have one very minor thing. The proclamations that we do, and I think it was good, Mr. Davis, Mr. Chair, that you did that proclamation in chambers for our retiree today from the library, 46, 47 years. Council years ago used to do proclamations, more proclamations in-house at the meetings. For example, I know one of the biggest ones was always for All Children's Week. We brought in all the nonprofit corporations and organizations that supported children's services within Volusia County. I would like to see us selectively go back, not all of them, but selectively go back to presenting proclamations within chambers at the beginning of the meeting. And it means a lot to our community members. It means more than we realize, and it has a lasting effect on them. So I'd just like to hear what the rest of my council thinks on that.
I was just going there, Mr. Patterson.
I know that years ago, back before the light bulb was invented, we did do that. I just want to let you know that some of those things were lasting an hour and a half or more. It was, and I'm just saying, it gets to be hard to be selective on what you do, and I think, you know, that was the issue that we ran into is we had a lot of people sitting out in the audience waiting on time certain items, which, you know, we know how time certain works. It means it's not going to be heard before a certain time. But I used to tell people, I'm looking at our agenda, you probably should get here about 2 hours later, because some of these things really, really went on.
On into the night.
So
I understand, but I still think it would be worth taking a look at some of these organizations.
But what you end up with is you have a lot of organizations that want. That's all. I think, you know, I mean, I'd deliver a lot of proclamations and, you know, outside of
I
the
do too.
chambers. That's what I prefer. That's all. I mean, that's my, before the light bulb was invented, comment.
Mr. Daniels.
I would like to echo what Mr. Patterson said, because I was one of those sitting out in the audience, and it's extraordinarily painful. You want to just beat your head against the wall listening to all that blabber go on forever. It is extraordinarily painful. You really are not going to like it once you see it. It's worse than calling down an airstrike on yourself. It's awful. It is absolutely awful. I think we need to do less of that, not more. That a meeting of the county council should be about business. If there's not a decision to be made, what are we doing? You know, let's just,
Say hi and go home.
I'm not going to be here. You're going to have to suffer, but believe me, it is extraordinarily suffering. It is extraordinary.
I think
And now you're getting
I'm
the.
going to bring it back when you're off council, Mr. Daniels.
And you're hearing mine was the politically correct comments, and Doug is, I'm not running again for election comments.
That's a tough act to follow, Doug. I tell you. I'll try, though. I'm going to try. I know. I've been through it. I know. I've been through that aggravation, too. But there are sometimes within a 2-week period of time, we're doing, I mean, you've seen 10 or 15 different proclamations.
I'm not saying everyone, major community ones, not everyone, not everyone.
I'm going to have to concur with my two colleagues here and say I'd rather do them out of chambers. I'd like to stick with it. I mean, I have discussions with Mr. Deneen about some of the presentations, like really presentations, not an action item. Can we just move forward past that and get to work? And he says, no, we got to do the presentation. So, I mean, more go, less show. That's my deal.
I actually suggested back a long time ago that we just have one day set aside once a month, and we have the council come in and do nothing but proclamations, because that's what it would be. It would be an entire
Be a whole day.
day.
Mr. Wagner.
I'm afraid to give my real answer based on everyone else's responses.
You're going to call in
But
for an
maybe-
airstrike?
No, I won't be here anyways. Deb, maybe one way to do it is find some you can bring. I won't be here, so it doesn't matter. But I think there are ones, if you bring it to the council and say you'd like to do it in chambers, I think you'd have a lot better chance. Because what happened when we were doing it is it did explode. It got to a point where everything was being done in here, and we were literally, there were days we'd spend 3 hours doing it. And it's hard for staff to say no, and it's almost one of those situations, if you bring it as a council member, I think it would work. It's just the way it was, as much as I didn't want to change it, it's better now. It's Doug, as funny as that was, is this guy, he's on point. It was long. There were days where it was 3 hours of that, and then you're getting into, the real substance, and you're just kind of already tired.
Okay, then how about if we come back on a case-by-case basis, if it's a community event
think
or
it makes
whatever,
sense,
that wants
yeah.
recognition, and we come to an agreement, and then
I think
nobody
that makes
bellyaches when we agree. Can we do that?
I will work with that. That's workable. And, there are some situations where I agree. And in chamber, but not every one of them.
Understood.
Well,
And I only did.
It will stop that overflow for you, Doug.
And in my defense, I only did that one because that was just laid here today on my desk. So that's why I did that.
I've just been told I don't
Ms.
want this,
Kuzak.
so I don't want this.
Well, I just want to remind you, it could very well be only 3 of us left here in January. Could be 4.
No, definitely.
No, definitely 4.
Definitely 4.
Definitely 4.
You guys are getting a little older. I mean, it could be 3.
Oh, gee.
Could be 3. Could be 3. You plus one other.
I have a bunch of stuff to ask for. I should have saved that joke. Not you, Doug.
Hey,
Josh,
and that might have
denied.
been
Not you,
that
Doug.
might have
Not
been
you,
funny
Doug.
to someone that that think that your jokes are funny. I don't. I just think that we tried it, Deb. When I don't know whether you were here But that's when they stopped it because we were spending so much time doing it. So it might be a good idea to do it on case by case if it's requested by, because remember we did someone at 8:30, at 8, was it at 8? Yeah, at 8:30. Just came in early and did that proclamation. So maybe something like that can be requested on a case by case basis. But to do them all back again, you won't like it. That's all I have to say, Mr.
Ms. Chair?
But we won't have to deal with Josh about it. It won't be his business.
I'm gonna call in jokes.
No, yes.
Mr. Chair, if you do acquiesce and allow it to be done on a case-by-case basis, because the administration cannot pick and choose. So if you decide to do it on a case-by-case basis, my suggestion is you would do it at the end of a meeting where you would get a consensus, or at least a majority wants to do it, so I can put it on the calendar for the next meeting or a future meeting. So that's the way I would need to know, so that, because you'd want it on the calendar. So you'd do it like in a setting like this, and then we'd put it on a future, just letting you know.
Okay. She's done. All right. She's a wise woman, you know. Mr. Patterson, closing comment.
Just a couple updates. I, did that Smart Transit conference in Newark, New Jersey, and I want to tell you that if you want to go to Newark for fun, think of twice. It's a perfect place for a conference because outside that building there is no place to go. Unless you have armed guards around you, from what they tell me at the hotel. And I'm not making it up either. But it was a darn good conference, probably one of the most professionally done conferences that I ever have been to, because of the way they structured it with the networking and everything. Matter of fact, they served lunch, and the lunch was in the room where all the vendors were. So you went in there to eat, and you had an opportunity to meet all the vendors that were there. So, and they had a lot of good information. Matter of fact, one of the vendors that was there was somebody that Votran deals with, Remix, and the lady that was part of creating that Remix software, and others. I wasn't too thrilled with the one just selling coaxial cable, but and the presentations were pretty fascinating. And this was all transit. This was bus transit. This had to do with rail transit. When you look at some of the things being done, and just a quick example was in about 1.5 miles of subway in Manhattan is being proposed. Actually, it's under construction right now. 1.5 miles, 125 feet under the ground, with Wi-Fi and cell phone service as they move to that. But it's part of it. It's an extension. And it's $2.4 billion to build this 1.5 miles, and it's bonded out, and it's going to be paid for basically by all the transit-oriented development, and it's going to have 50-story buildings, 50 million square feet of space, 20 million of office, 20 million of condo, 5 million of commercial, and 5 million of affordable housing. So, our little choo-choo coming into DeLand is, when you think about that type of transit, I mean, we really need to focus on transit-oriented development. But when you look at it, but they get into cybersecurity and all. It was really good for me to go to that conference. The canvassing board has been meeting, and give you an idea. The vote by mail as of November 2nd, 64,155 have been returned. Ballots have been returned out of the about 90,000 or so that I believe. Am I correct on that, Dan? 90,000? Somewhere in that. And on the early voting as of November 2nd, over 70,000 people have voted early right now. So some hefty numbers coming in. But that's going to take the strain off of our precincts somewhat. you can imagine. So this is a lot of people getting out. The vote by mail is really popular. It used to be a lot of Republicans. Now it's kind of pretty evenly mixed. And the early voting, which is mainly by Democrats, is now pretty much evenly matched with the Republicans. So, and I think the federal judge did us all a favor on the ballots that weren't signed, of contacting them, and then the signatures, if there was a signature problem. We haven't had a lot of those type of issues, but it's taken a lot of the work out of it. It might get a little hectic towards the end, but it's going really smoothly. We've had some lawyers from out of state that were in there watching what they're doing, and one guy from Mississippi got up and says, "I don't need to be here anymore. I'm going to go to another county." So you know, that's a good sign when they're happy somewhat.
I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Have you had many ballots that were returned that were
Damaged by the storm?
Yes. Was it okay for them to be tape, using Scotch tape to put them back?
No, what we're having to do on those, and there's not a lot of them. I mean, Judge Kelly and I had quite a few that were mostly. It's just because people make mistakes in the way they do about it. We had very few that were actually damaged that came back in that you couldn't run through the machine. That if you want to see something fascinating, go over and see.
Envelopes, you know, many of the envelopes
were yeah, no, there hadn't been a lot of those, and the people that called, they immediately got them out a new envelope. There wasn't that many of them. But that new machine that processes the ballots 350 a minute, compared to one at a time that they've always done in the past. You can imagine if we were having to do one at a time. Those two machines were worth every dime. You won't be using them a lot, but it is good. The process is going real smoothly. I'm pleased. It's like flying an airplane at times. You know, it's hours of sheer boredom intermixed with moments of pure terror. But they're working hard over there, and I got to give a big shout out to county staff that are coming over to help out. It really, keeps our costs down tremendously on that. So that's all I have, unless I think of something else in a few minutes.
Your time will have passed. Mr. Wagner, nothing? Okay,
I got 4 meetings left to tie up all my loose ends. I'll do good, a couple hard ones, good, a couple hard ones. Good. Here's $1,000. Last meeting it was rushed, so I forgot to give it to you. But here's $1,000 from Vassalers Wagner for the Veterans Memorial Park. I'll hand that check over.
How do we coax him into doubling that?
Don't worry, my time I'll be spending on that will be worth more.
Yes.
Okay,
you and I still have that. We're going.
Seriously,
we are going.
Not even a question.
Group to group.
This one actually is a very positive one. I'll save the other ones because they're nothing compared to this one. So I don't ask for things to be named after people very often. It's very rare that I do it. But someone recently passed away who is near and dear to this council for his service here, but was one of the most amazing people I'd ever met in my entire life, Jimmy Huger. You cannot find another person like him. Just an amazing person all around for what he did, but then as your relationship with him, I mean, I can think of so many funny stories. So I've spent some time trying to figure out what would be, as a council, to have a former council member pass that has such a vast history like him. And I came up what I consider to be a perfect location. I've talked to his family about it to get their support to see if it was okay. Would be the Sunsplash Park. My reasons for it are it's an unnamed park. It's just Sunsplash Park right now. But there's an old story about Mr. Huger being on the beachside and Mary McLeod at a hotel, and Mary McLeod Bethune going to find him and ripping him out of there, saying, "You're getting your back to school, and he went back, which is a great story. But I think as well, there's a symbolic aspect of it, of the history of Beachside in Daytona Beach, of African Americans not being allowed to go certain places, and I think there is a symbolism there that I think he would appreciate. I do. So I think it's a perfect fitting. There's parts of it that are already under construction. There was, it just makes sense because it's an actual park. It's not like one of these parking lots. So I'm going to put a motion out there to rename the park something along the lines of Jimmy Huger Beach Park. But I want to talk to the family, the specifics, if they want it James Huger or because there is a James Huger Park in Daytona. So there might have to be the word beach in there just for Google purposes. I mean, just if you're Googling it. No, you have that little outside front area, but you have the park, the James Huger Park. So I'll make a motion that the park be named after him. I won't be specific.
Okay.
In exactly how the family wants it.
Sunsplash Park, you're talking the one over by the lifeguard
The beach
station?
headquarters.
Okay.
Right next to it.
Okay, Sunsplash. All right, there's a motion on the floor for Sunsplash Park to be renamed after Jimmy Huger. Is there a second to that motion? And thank you, Ms. Cusack. There is a second to that motion. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, you're definitely in the wrong building if you do.
Thank you for that, and I'm sure Mr. Nanine will work out that, and we'll figure out a way to tie that in and celebrate his life, because they don't make them like that anymore. So the other one's just some updates. Jamie's going to be passing out or advertising and getting the discussion going on the idea of the vessels on the beach. No reason to get into it now, but that is coming if you want to think through it, because I have quite a bit. George and I will get together on the thing I brought up a couple times, but we've been busy with the hurricane, of the surf zones. There is next to the piers, we have an exception next to the jetties. So the idea would be is to do a similar exception of what we do near the jetties, but that will come back before I leave. I'm trying to tie up some of the loose ends. There was an email about a blue tube, if you guys heard about it. A blue tube, basically someone brings a garbage bag or a blue tube, right? T-U-B-E, blue tube. And people put bags in it or they take out. I do it now at my house. My wife, every time we go down, she brings one. So much garbage on the beach. It's so sad, even before the hurricane, now especially. I agree with Jessica that Coastal Division doesn't believe that it would work everywhere, and I believe she's right, I do. But I think there might be some test areas that we could try it. It's a neat concept. I mean, I don't want to clutter it with a bunch of, if this is an advertising move by the person doing it, I don't want to play that game. I mean, it'll be ugly and won't make sense. But if it really is something that is a environmental move, I think it would make sense try it out at maybe even one park. It's okay with the council. It would be a small test.
Yeah, and on the litter, I wanted to mention that she is working with our contractor to do extra work on that because so much junk went out in the ocean during the storm, so it's just a constant flow of things that are coming up on it.
I mean, the inmates have been doing a lot, what they've been doing to clean. I mean, there's a lot of people cleaning the beach, and a lot of the residents as well.
Right.
It's just every time the seaweed's been coming up, and it's just...
Yeah, it's capturing stuff in it.
It's a net. It literally is a net. Last item, as we're going quick, is the bear ordinance, the discussion this morning. They brought in a couple of the items for it. It seems like, Jamie, how many of the counties, I know you've been staying up on this, how many of the counties, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is it true a bunch of the counties around us have passed it?
Some have. What we have to do to justify the areas is we've got to have the data that shows that we've had bear incursions in certain areas. Certain areas of Volusia County are just not going to be justifiable, but I think that some might be, and if it's council's desire to do an ordinance, I can work with environmental staff and bring something forward.
We had looked at the Seminole one, and even the people that spoke this morning spoke to the complexity of the Seminole one, so, you know, certainly maybe the more simpler versions that were talked about in Lake County and things maybe.
Well, that's the one they liked, I believe, was the Lake County one, wasn't they were discussing this morning. So I think it makes sense, especially our position with bears over the last couple of times it's been brought up, that we may, if the council agrees to have that discussion.
I just have one question. See, everybody's talking about bear incursion and interaction with humans, and they interact with trash cans. What do we need an ordinance for to put these locks on a trash can?
To make people do it.
You would be requiring people that live in certain rural areas to have a bear-proof trash can, and if they don't, it's a code violation, and they would pay a fine.
Okay, so that's what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, why don't we take the trash can and give them the bear trash can? You know, these little attachment things, I mean, I'm not saying 500,000 of them out there, but I mean, if, like you're saying, there's small areas. DeBerry, for example, has a lot of bear incursion, especially out Maytown Road. Been there, or I'm sorry, High Banks Road. I've been there, lived there. They're all over the place out there.
Well, that's another question for council. Whether you would want this to be a county-wide ordinance or whether or not you would want it to be in the unincorporated area only.
Yeah.
And let the cities.
Well, no, I've actually lived in the county, not in DeBerry. It was just over the line.
But to answer
Get
your
a
question,
lot of
Jason,
annexations if
yeah,
you do this.
but to answer your question about putting it on the trash cans, the problem if you don't have it as an ordinance, if we put on a bunch of trash cans, they're going to be broken. We have to fix them. Who's accountable for it? I mean, you have to make it. And if I was a homeowner and I didn't want to do it, I would just break it, and then I don't have to use it anymore. So it's if you make it a requirement that they have to use it, and believe me, I'm a lot less of a requirement type person nowadays. But this one, for as hard as we're working in this bear population, I think it makes sense. Maybe something we just want to consider.
Okay, I was just sitting here as you were talking, just trying to figure out, this is nothing more than a lock on a garbage can.
Maybe find some areas, Jamie. Does that make sense, George?
Yeah, let us do some research and look into it. One other issue that just has occurred to me as they were talking, and this is what I would have to discuss is, you know, a lot of it gets into how long it's out there and when it's out there. The lock presents a little bit of an issue depending on, because our garbage hauler uses a fork that goes out and picks the thing and flips it open. And I don't know, without really studying that, can they unlock it?
Yeah, it has that one has a
I was playing with it. It's actually a centrifugal weight in it.
Okay.
And if you take it and you just very simply, I mean, the bear can knock it around. As soon as it stops, it goes back. But that motion around unlocks it.
Perfect. Well, we'll play. That's what I say. We'll research some of that and play with what we think would work, and then we can tailor it to that.
Play with it. All right, Mr. Wagner.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Well, wait, excuse me, is it Mr. Patterson? Is it okay if we just scroll through the pictures on your phone
Yeah.
while it's up here? Is that
Sure.
okay?
Why are we looking at your phone, Mr.
I would always be paranoid of my friends knowing.
That's actually a website. That is a website
Okay.
of the Blue Tube, and I just thought y'all might want to see what the
sound
looks like.
Yeah,
That's
my
all.
friends.
But if you want to see pictures of my grandchildren, we'll sit down
Okay,
here
Ms.
for the next
Kuzak.
4 hours looking at all
Ms.
nine of those
Kuzak, do you have
beautiful little-
closing comments, please? Turn his microphone off.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to find out where we are on the status of the Marion Coleman School in Orange City. We were going to have a discussion on that. Okay.
We're in the process of, excuse me, this is Donna DePeister. We're in the process of getting the plaque for the school. In fact, we're planning as soon as the plaque takes a couple of months to get, and so it's been ordered, and so we're hoping to have it probably around Christmas time. And I think we were planning a nice celebration in January, February to kind of kick off the honor of the school, and we were even thinking about bringing back some of the students that were members that graduated from that school, and sort of have a nice little celebration on the weekend, especially during it's the February time frame.
That sounds great, and that is considered as the celebration month of Black History Month. So, and they have their annual festival in February. So I think it would be a wonderful gesture to do it during that time. So you all will just take care of that, and we put that out and make sure that.
Right, we're in the process of doing that.
Okay, do you need someone from this areas of those neighborhoods to?
I believe we're going to be contacting them. That's what we're going to do. Donna Butler's not here today, but we had already talked preliminarily about getting. I think they've already started working on the list of the students that were at the school, talking to the neighborhood, and planning the celebration.
All right, and that it will always be the Marion Coleman.
Absolutely, without question.
Thank you. That's I appreciate that very much, and I'm sure that many of the residents, generations, I'm talking 4 and 5 generations of folk from that area who care so dearly about Orange City, that it would be a very special tribute to Mrs. Coleman. And my second comment is simply say to staff, we have a staff second to none, and to prove the work that you do, it was so evident in the way that you plan and handle the crisis of Matthew that kind of spanked our shoulders. And I just wanted to say on behalf of the citizens in Volusia County, we thank staff. I know we've had lots of help from a whole lot of people, but we have road and bridge and many of the departments within county government that work diligently to try to get some quality of life back to our citizens. And so I just think that it should not go unnoticed. And I would like to see us plan in the future to have something to celebrate and say thank you to our workers, our employees, for the work that they did to help and that they're continuing to do to help us to get back our lives together from having the brush with Matthews. And so on behalf of all of us, we say thank you, and I'd like to have some discussion from our council members as to how do they think that, and staff, to propose something that we can do to make it, to say thank you to the employees, to George, Jim, and all of the staff that worked so hard to make us whole again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One of the things that, Ms. Cusack, I'll bring something forward. I want to wait till it's all sort of a memory, cleaned up, and there's nobody says nothing, everything's done. It's one of the best examples of all working together. And one of the things that you said, which really matters to the staff, was that nothing happens here that's not an effort of all the staff and a whole lot of staff behind the scenes you don't see. So for everybody that's on the street, everybody does things. If it wasn't for all the people behind the scenes, it wouldn't get done. And so everything's done as a team. Nobody, because some people get more of the perception that they do things because they're the one that gets the face time. But quite frankly, all these things are solved because of a lot of people that dedicate themselves behind the scenes. So I appreciate that. Staff really does too. We'll bring you forward something in the future.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cusack. Ms. Denny, your light came on.
Just one more thing. Between now and our next meeting is the Volusia County Fair. Mr. Patterson, are you still our appointee to bid on the market hog?
Hoping that wasn't.
Are you the See,
I know where we can get
Deb,
one at a
you
discount.
took my fire because I had that. That was mine. I was next.
I know where we can get one at a discount right now.
Yeah.
Jamie will even throw in on that one.
That's right.
You don't want to
Hold
eat.
it. Is that the one they call bacon bits?
That's not.
good, man.
Josh,
Come on, you got to give
Josh,
me credit.
is that the one called Bacon Bits?
Don't. Gentlemen, we're on the record here. Be careful of that. So, Mr. Patterson, seeing as how it's my turn to speak, are you our designate pig bidder this year?
Bacon Bits.
I second the motion.
I didn't know. Okay, I can't make a motion, ma'am.
I just seconded it.
Well, I can't make a motion.
Ms.
She'll make
Ms.
the motion.
Cusack.
Thank you, Ms. Cusack makes the motion. There is a second by Ms. And the second by Ms. Denise.
For Ms. Our Vice Chair Patterson to do the honors of getting that pig bidder.
You're the pig bidder. You are the pig bidder.
A second.
There is a second. So all those in favor of Mr. Patterson as pig bidder, please signify by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
How did I know? The vote is, it's unanimous, but it's not. It's actually majority. It's 5-1. Congratulations, Mr. Patterson. All right.
You know how hard it is to go to that over there and have all those bright-eyed, bushy-tailed kids standing there with pictures of their little critter, saying, "Bid on my animal, please
Bid on my pig.
please, you know."
Buy my piggy.
I will do the same thing that I did last year. I went, early. I wasn't going to wait for a deal. So that's the one thing, you got to understand.
Go early or go late, yeah?
Yeah. No, I'm going to get in there, and because when they get through all those other animals, the last to go are the swines. And I just said, okay, that sounds like a good price, boom. So as long as you got your checkbooks out, I'm ready to go.
I'm thinking about, I'm reconsidering this guy. He's not looking for a deal here.
Hey, I'm the one that put out almost $1,000 to start on this darn thing.
Well, try not to do that this time.
Yeah, really.
No, when it was all over with, I got a pretty good deal. I got a really good deal, but I got to put, it's cash on the barrelhead. You don't get out the door.
No, Joyce, this is why it was so much, because, you bid, you put your number up. He'd see people he knows walking in. He'd go, "Hi," in the bid auction. Okay, we got 230.
Hey, here, now that, I put one on down, what I want.
Pat, stop waving at people. He's
Yes.
True
That's
story.
right. And remember, we don't earn much money here.
Now I know how so many of you get elected. You're very good at making up things.
Okay, moving on. All right, so that's been taken care of. Mr. Deneen.
A couple quick things.
Quick.
One is that I'm going to be bringing forward an update on the beach issues, the problems, and the plans we have. We got it open, but there's lots of issues, and there's a lot of walkovers that were damaged. A lot of them are private also, and what we're going to do is talk about that. But it's a lot of damage, and we're going to try and talk to you about how we're going to try to take care of it, in what order, what permits we need, how much money it's going to be, and there's a lot of legal implications. So what I thought I would do is have a presentation to bring you up to speed and show you exactly what we're going to do and what our plan is, with the idea that it's like a lot of things. If we can get some of the things you have to get permits on, we can't speed up. Other things, it's just going to be also, but what the turtle season is, and it's also how much money that we have available to spend to do this. And if we take it from something else, because there was a lot of damage. And last but not least, it was something that the chair said. I'm looking at a new way of doing the agenda for next year. Part of my whole issue, I find it interesting, this whole thing about the proclamations, because part of this whole thing was, I've been asked a long time ago to try and see if we could move the meetings to make them go quicker. But here's the dilemma I have. I think if I have to put, and like the chair said, sometimes the presentations on and give you an opportunity to discuss them, even though in some cases, because we do the individual briefing so that you're prepared. But if you don't have that discussion, then people think that you're not debating these issues. And you know, there's always this issue that somehow if you're not fighting up here, you're actually not conducting business, which I resent because I don't think it's all about fighting. I think it's about coming together. But the bottom line is, I think for the sake of the public and so that you can interact because of all the sunshine, I have to put presentations on so that you can get actively engaged with each other. That being said, I am willing to try to see any way I can to make a change. One of the things I'm going to do starting the first of the year is I'm going to change the agenda such that every second meeting will be all the zoning things. And there's an issue, and Jamie went over this with me, because it gets real complicated, right, Jamie? In terms of when it goes to PLDRC and how it gets explained. And when you set your agenda in the beginning of the year, you're basically setting the agenda for the zoning cases that come up for PLDRC. Because they have to have there's a certain requirement in terms of how far out we have to notice that material, notice those meetings, together with the fact that people have to know what meeting they'll be at if they go to a PLDRC meeting. So it gets complicated. But what I've had the problem is, even when I've tried to move meetings along, is because we have to get so far out in terms of our obligation to advertise, that I've had meetings where the afternoon meetings being advertised by the of zoning required us to be here the second half of the day when maybe I could have consolidated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this, and every second meeting would be zoning, and it'll be in the morning. So that I'm not going to have the meetings that we have to advertise really run our agenda. I'm going to try and change that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do that to move things along, and we will try to keep our presentations down to a reasonable amount of time, but they get involved, and these are big issues. And I think if you don't talk about them out here, people wonder how we're making these decisions if they don't see you actively engaged in discussing and giving me direction. So bottom line is we'll balance it off. I'm always open to suggestion. But the other thing we're going to do is I'm looking at a plan. One of the things that we're going to add to your book is we have in the dynamic plan master plan updates, we had one in aviation and economic resources at the airport. We had 3 in community services, 1 in community information on emergency management, 1 in community services of community assistance, and community services VOTRAN are things that you voted on that affected the master plan. So those are ones that we're going to put in your book and we'll go over on a quarterly basis. I am going to start a new process. I'm going to try. This is somewhat of a challenge. We've all talked internally of trying to kick it off the first of the year, of trying to take every item that you have on the agenda and by a symbol, try to show it the predominant parts of the master plan that it actually is connected to. So that if someone asks when you voted for something, basically, why did you do that or what's it for, I'm going to try and relate it back. Because everything relates back to the master plan. I'm going to try and relate it back so there'll be a symbol or code on here. So you can relate it back. If we do that, we'll probably be the first. I don't know if anybody else has ever done that. So it'll be, for us, it's a new, try to do something new for the future. All right? And with that, thank you very much. That's all I have.
That sounds just, in the immortal words of Theodore Roosevelt, bully.
Thank you.
Mr. Eckert, are you going to go to vote at the polls?
I am, sir.
He always does.
I'm always waiting for his last comment. You have the floor, sir.
I have nothing, sir.
Oh, okay. Very well. Is there any further discussion?
Shade tree. Let's do it.
Yes, I know that. I know that. Nobody else in the public coming to us, and nothing further for the council.
Correct.
Very well. Our next meeting is November
17.
17th, 2016, 08:30. Public participation, 9 o'clock meeting. We will now adjourn to the executive session. Where is the executive session? Right in the back room? Right here in our back conference room. Okay, we will now retire to the conference room. And after that, we will be adjourned.